Hello. I probably should have checked to make sure my mic was working. Yeah, it's working. Hi. Hi, it's me. Yeah, what do I even fucking say? I didn't want to take a full week off of doing anything. I guess I'll start with that. Start with, this break was kind of out of my control. So, here, let's get into the game. Always a good idea to actually start doing something in your stream before you go off on a rant, because, you know, gameplay's at least 30% of what the stream is about. That's maybe even a bit generous, but especially if you're seeing my performance right now. It's, give me some time to warm up, alright? Not only has it been a while since I've played End is Nigh, this is also the first game I've played, since Sunday, at the very least. But, yeah, okay. So, let's talk. Let's talk about, what happened. Actually, forget, when is the last time I streamed? Did I stream Friday, or is Thursday the last time I streamed? I think I didn't stream Friday, that's right. I remember now. So yeah, Friday was bad for like a number of reasons, but like, I don't know, it feels like pathetic to talk about why I didn't stream on Friday, given why I didn't stream on all of the other days since Friday. But yeah, Friday was like the start of things starting to get cold. It wasn't the winter storm yet, but it was still cold. Like, temperatures were dropping. They weren't freezing temperatures yet. God, I suck. Nothing was freezing yet, but it did get cold. For reference, I should probably say, I mean, I talk about it a lot. It's not really secret information that I live in Houston, Texas. So that'll give a bit of context for the things I'm talking about here. But, yeah, so it got cold on Friday. But we have, like, a slightly inconsistent heater / air conditioning unit that, every now and then it just doesn't turn on unless the breaker is flipped. So on Friday, I basically just didn't stream because I was upset, like in a very bad mood, because I had spent like an hour to an hour and a half drawing something for my girlfriend, because it was coming up to Valentine's Day and I wanted to give her a cute little picture that I had drawn. So you know, spend like an hour and a half drawing, and I'm the kind of guy who doesn't save until at least I've got like the sketch lined out to how I want it to look. And I had started on like cleaning up some line work and actually getting to like you know, to the point where the drawing was like its full idea was on display. Like, you know, there weren't any big changes I was gonna make by that point. I had fully structured the drawing and how I was going to finalize things from that point forward. And then my mom went in the back and flipped every single breaker, flipped the main on the house, so the power went out, and I lost like an hour to 2 hours of work on the drawing I was doing, and had to restart from scratch. So at that moment, I was literally like, what my plan was I had finished the sketch, I was going to finish up the line work, and wasn't going to do any coloring or shading or anything. I was just going to finish the line work and start stream. Because I did initially plan on streaming on Friday. But yeah, as soon as the breaker was flipped and I lost all that progress, basically just like, outside of my control, my drawing was thrown in the trash. I was not in the best mood to immediately hop on stream. So that's my Friday excuse. And then Saturday and Sunday, were just, like, not normal days for me to stream. I considered doing, like, a Saturday stream since I didn't do a Friday stream, but I was just like, fuck it. I'll be back on Monday, is what I was thinking. I was, you know... Obviously, there was news by this point that there would be, like, a very heavy winter storm, but I don't think literally anybody... Well, I don't know. I guess if you knew the situation, or how bad the situation was ahead of time, you maybe could have guessed that the power situation would be as fucked as it was. But I think the majority of Texans, myself included, just had, like, some... maybe not hope, but, like, I don't know, some, like, assumption that your own state is not going to supply you the power you paid for. But the thing is, and I guess I'll get into it a little bit more, this is gonna be fairly political, by the way. But, it's not really the state, you know? Like... I can say the state denied us power, but it's not the state. It's privatized. It is independent companies, loosely controlled by another, like, slightly more regulated independent company, which is ERCOT. But yeah, there is basically no government control over the Texan power grid, and that's by design, because being a red state as we are, we strongly believe in the independent nature of capitalism, and we think that power, what is now a fairly, like, I don't know, essential, you know, need for people living, there's not a whole lot you can do without electricity. I mean, I know it's not as essential as, like, shelter or food or water, but it is, it's up there for sure. We don't believe that should be, you know, under control and, like, actually supplied as a utility service like water is, for example. Although I don't know the water situation in Texas either. It might just be as bad, but, power for sure is, like... I know that Texas makes a big deal about its independent power grid, because it's like a huge export of Texas is power to other states. Because, you know, we generate our own power here, and we sell it to ourselves. I'm using we kind of loosely here, though. Certain individuals are selling power to the rest of the state, as well as other states. But we make it very clear that we are not accepting any power from outside states coming into Texas, because then we'd lose our commodity. We'd lose our independence, you know? Like, why would anybody buy Texas power if they could just get, like, Colorado power, which is regulated by the government? But anyways, yeah, so Texas, I'm pretty sure, is, like, the only state that does this, that has its own separate power grid, and I don't know, maybe there is, like, some really old tie-ins with the fact that Texas used to be its own country. I can't imagine, like, I don't know, what is the power situation like when Texas was its own country? You know, I'm not the most knowledgeable on history, I'll give you that, but my idea of, like, Texas being its own country, because it predates Civil War, obviously, my idea of electricity in that era is non-existent. It's just like, weren't people still using, like, oil lanterns and everything? I don't know. Maybe I sound really ignorant right about now, but I have a feeling that I don't know. If there was electricity back in that time, then there might be some tie-in with the fact that Texas was its own country briefly for, like, a few years before it was brought to the United States. Maybe they had their own separate power grid at that time, and they were like, no, we like the way we're doing things now. We're not going to integrate with the rest of your country. We're going to be our own thing. That's like the most logical thing I can think of. If it seriously is just something that happened afterwards, then good lord. I'm trying to give Texas the benefit of the doubt here. Okay, but I'm getting a little off trail here. Let's get back to what happened. So, Saturday, there goes the fish. Saturday, I thought maybe I would stream, but then I was just like, I don't know, I'll be back on Monday. I don't need to stream. And then Sunday was Valentine's Day, so I obviously wasn't going to stream then. I just spent the day with my girlfriend. And then Sunday night comes around, and no power. Like, pretty much as soon as I was done talking to my girlfriend, it was like 1 or 2 a.m. Sunday night, sounds about right. No power. Which was expected, I guess. Like, at that point, I was like, oh, this is normal. You know, I expected a little bit of power outage. But it'll be back by tomorrow, right? It'll be back by tomorrow, and I'll be able to stream and live a normal life. So I did my my usual thing, which is go to bed and hope that everything will be solved by the time I wake up. I woke up at like a decent time, around like, I don't know, around 12 p.m. or so. I know that's not decent for most people, but that's decent for me. Still no power. And at this point, it had gotten very, very cold inside of the house because combination of winter storm freezing everything over and also no power to heat the house. So it was really fucking cold in my room when I woke up. Luckily, I had like gone to bed prepared with blankets just in case. Just in case I would need them, so I just like grabbed the extra blankets I had lying around, covered myself as best I could, and went back to bed, because I was like, no. I'm not getting out of the warmth and comfort of my bed until the power comes back on. So continue that process of like waking up every few hours, realizing, oh Jesus Christ, it's getting colder and colder. And then going back to bed, hoping the power will come back on. Up until, like, 7 p.m. is when I was like, okay, I can't literally just sleep forever, and also I'm starting to get a headache from how much I've slept. So at that point I had to get up, and I was, like, hungry, I had to get some food. But still no power. Still no power, so the house was, like, I don't know, at best, like 45 to 40 degrees inside. Pretty cold, temperature-wise, to have indoors. We don't have a super well-insulated house. Like, basically an entire wall of the house is window, which is especially bad during summer, but apparently a thin pane of glass is not the best insulation against cold either. So, yeah, our house got very, very cold inside very, very quickly. Yeah, I had to deal with it for the day, so I was like, alright, clearly Monday's not gonna have a stream, I guess. No stream on Monday! My mom had already, like, set up our fireplace, because thankfully our house does have a fireplace. So, like, literally that's all we did the entire day. I mean, she did it for longer, but, yeah, we just fucking sat by the fire, doing jack shit. I can't even remember what I ate on that day, but I know it wasn't good. I think the first night of freezing, which would be Monday, I think the only thing I ate was a grilled cheese sandwich, because thankfully we did not have electric burners, we have gas burners, and our gas line was still functioning, although I know some places in Houston did not have running gas. Thankfully, on Monday at least, we still had running gas, so we just, you know, had the gas running and then lit it with a lighter to get it started. But at least we had working gas well enough to cook something. So I cooked a grilled cheese and ate bagged chips that we had, and that was my dinner for the night. That was my only meal for Monday. Because, like, not only could I not really cook anything, by the way, also had no water at this point, had no water on Monday, because the common knowledge for saving your pipes is to have your water dripping, which I had done on Sunday night, but then I remember briefly being woken up, like, very early Monday, like, I don't know, somewhere in the AMs. I was woken up by my mom, and she was like... I don't even remember what she said. Oh, yeah, no, here's what she said. She woke me up, and she said, fill up your bathtub with water real quick. Because she wanted to shut off the water lines, which is not what you're supposed to do. But she wanted to shut off the water lines and wanted us to have some water available before she shut it off. Only problem with that is that our only bathtub, which is my bathtub, has like a leak in it. So, like, it doesn't seal shut all the way, so... Like, you know, I was... At that point, I had like 3 hours of sleep, and, you know... It was freezing cold. I wasn't going to argue with my mom that that plan wasn't going to work, so I was just like, yeah, alright, sure. And I wasn't going to argue against shutting off the water lines either, because, like, I was like, I don't know, she can do what she wants, and I'm fucking tired, I just want to go back to bed. So I just agreed with it, and immediately went back to bed. Because I knew that if I filled up my bathtub, it wasn't going to do anything anyways. I explained that to her later. But, yeah, so our pipes froze. Because upon shutting off the water, she didn't even drain the water, so there was just stagnant water in our pipes that froze over on Sunday. And, yeah, so now we had no electricity or water. Even if our pipes specifically didn't freeze, though, I'm pretty sure, like, main water pipes in Houston froze. Like, I think that even people who were running their tap like they were supposed to still didn't get any water, just because, like, somewhere earlier in the distribution it froze over. I'm not sure. But I know that, like, even people who were doing the right thing still had frozen pipes. Or not frozen pipes, but at least couldn't get water. So yeah, Monday, no water. Thankfully, we had, like, a decent stockpile of bottled water. So, you know, it's not like it was going to be a struggle to survive, which some people, unfortunately, did have. But it was less than comfortable, for sure. But yeah, I'm pretty sure on Monday I just had a grilled cheese, some chips, and then, like, took a melatonin and went back to bed until Tuesday, which, you know, still hoping, still have wide eyes full of dreams and hopes and aspirations, thinking that the power will come back on. But no. By the way, at this point, we were already, like, we were looking at the news on our phone with, like, the limited cell data that was available. Because there was very little cell data available. Like, obviously no internet, because no power. But, fuck. That was unpredictable. But, yeah, even the cell data was, like, shit. Like, because presumably, you know, whatever, like, I don't know, I honestly don't know how, like, cell data works. Isn't it from, like, towers? I'm gonna sound super ignorant now. I mean, I already expected this to be a day of me sounding ignorant, so that's fine. But, whatever normally supplies decent cell service was taken out by the lack of power. So, couldn't really load that many websites. But we loaded it well enough to get a decent outline of what the news was. And, at this point, I don't think there was a boil water warning just yet, because, like, there wasn't any water available. So, don't really have to warn about something that doesn't exist yet. But, no, from what we saw, the like, distributor for power in Houston is Centerpoint Energy. Or is it Center? I think it's Centerpoint, not Centerlink. I might be. I mean, all companies have such generic names, don't they? But whatever the case is, they had made a public announcement about how they were going to be cycling the power. And saying, like, don't worry, if you don't have power right now, it's because we're cycling it, and you'll get it back soon. And that was like an open-ended message to, like, the entire Houston area. But, it was just a lie. They just lied. Because while they were doing, you know, power cycling in some areas seemingly picked at random. I've heard some more cynical things said about it, and maybe it wasn't so random what areas they decided to cut power from entirely. But honestly, I don't have the data to back any of that up, so I'm not even going to say it, other than mention that other people have have said some less than pleasant things about the possible nature of what areas were decided to be cycled and what areas were decided to be cut off entirely. But whatever the situation is, our area was cut off entirely. Since like early Monday morning or late Sunday night, depending on your perspective of it. I guess, like, technically it's early Monday morning by the strictest definition. But, yeah, we didn't get power back in our area until, I think it was Wednesday at the earliest. But we don't know for sure, because on Tuesday, like, we had, once again, I just, like, sat by the fireplace. My mom had gotten, like, some like, deli meat turkey, like, a few days before things froze over, and, like, our fridge was completely fucked by this point. There was no way that anything was safe to consume that was in our fridge, especially, like, a lot of the stuff we had is, like, cheese stuff. I definitely don't trust when kept at, less than optimal temperatures, and, like, freezer, too. Like, my mom is still eating things out of the freezer, but, like, there was raw meat in there that was completely thawed out. Like, it was just sitting there in, like, at best, 40 to 50 degrees, which, I don't know. Like, if you have to eat it, if you absolutely have to eat it, it's probably safe enough to consume, but we had other things to eat, so I was like, I'm not fucking trusting the raw beef that had been thawed out for, like, 3 to 4 days. No, thank you. But, the deli meat, I was like, it's already cooked. Like, I trust the deli meat enough to like, reheat and eat in, like, a very, very shitty sandwich. But, you know, it's what we had that was still decent enough by my palate to eat. So, I ate that, and, it's, like, the first thing I ate in the morning. Then we sat around the fire for, like, 3 to 4 hours or so, and still no power. Trying to check the news as best we can, like, you know, what's going on? We were told they were going to cycle power, and as far as we're concerned, we haven't had power since, like, Sunday night. But, yeah, then my mom had the idea. She was like, maybe we could go to a hotel. And I was adverse to the idea at first, because, I mean, obviously she was planning on taking our dog, but she was saying we can just leave the cat home. And I was like, I don't feel comfortable leaving our cat home in, like, freezing weather for a couple of days, basically entirely unattended, especially because the guy will not drink water. Like, our cat is so fucking picky, and he basically demands water out of the sink, like, from the tap directly, and he'll, like, you know, drink it on its way down. He needs running water. And we used to have, like, well, I guess it wouldn't even apply in this case because it was electric run, but we did used to have, like, a water bowl for him that would like, pump water constantly so that it makes, like, a fountain. And he liked to drink out of that. But eventually, like, it had these filters in it that they got so fucking dirty. Like, I'm not sure if it's just because we were using Texas tap water. I don't know. It's probably not the cleanest water around. But, yeah, the filters got clogged so fucking quickly, and I could not for the life of me find out where to buy those filters online, so I was like, alright, I guess it's just broken. Like, the filters were so clogged that, like, water wouldn't pass through it anymore. Like, it was building up in the back of the tank and, like, overflowing everywhere because the water wasn't flowing where it was supposed to. And I thought to run it without the filter for a bit, but, like, I don't know. We also don't have the cleanest of cats, I guess, because he would just fucking, like, bring food over to the bowl, and it would get dirty so fast. So unless I wanted to clean that thing out, and I already had to clean it out, like, once every couple of days, but unless I wanted to clean it out literally every single day, I was just like, alright, we're just not going to use this anymore without the filter. But it is incredibly tangential to what I'm trying to talk about here. The point is, we got a picky cat that only likes to drink flowing water. So you basically have to, like, force him to sit next to like a cup of water, and he won't drink out of bowls. He'll only drink out of cups. Like, cup is the bare minimum requirement for him to drink. You basically just have to, like, hold him and confine him next to the cup of water for him to drink. Otherwise, he just doesn't drink water, which is obviously not the healthiest. But, yeah, I was like, I don't feel very comfortable leaving the cat here. So, eventually, my mom was so desperate to go to a hotel that she was like, alright, we can take the cat with. And I was like, alright, fine. We'll go to a hotel if you can find one. Because, like, it wouldn't have even mattered if we had gotten a hotel in Houston, because nowhere in Houston had power, basically. There were so many areas that were not cycled, that were just, like, completely cut off of all power, that it basically wouldn't have mattered if we had moved from where we were to a hotel. Plus, a lot of the hotels that did have cycling power, especially, like, Houston is a very large city, the demand was quite high. So, pretty much every hotel in the area that had power was completely booked. So, we ended up, oh shit, what do I do in this room? This is the problem with bantering and not focusing on gameplay at all, is that you suck. You suck big time at the gameplay. I should have kept my autopilot. That was working so much better than when I started focusing. Anyways. We did eventually find a hotel, and we did go to the hotel, but it was like a 2-hour drive out of Houston. And I'm not gonna say the exact area, but it was quite far away. And that also didn't have constant power, it had cycled power, but any power was so much better. Like, even with cycling power, it was, like, such a world of difference from living in, like, the 40 degrees that we had gotten used to actually having what most would deem livable temperatures. Temperatures that won't kill you after a while. That's a little bit exaggerated. Oh shit, I need to focus on the screen because if I don't go fast, I don't know the pattern. This is like the one screen in this area I actually need to go fast on. Okay, now I can drink water. Still having to drink out of bottled water, by the way. Alright, where were we? Yeah, it was actually, like, really fucking warm in the hotel, which was such a nice change. And it was, like, a little bit upsetting because, like I said, they were on cycled power. So when we got to the hotel, they happened to be cycled off. But thankfully, like, even with the power off, though, because it was cycled so regularly, it was still, like, warm as hell in that place, without any power. Because their power, like, the way it was supposed to be working in Houston. Their power, like, went out for, like, 2 hours, and then they would get power back for, like, an hour, so they could actually maintain decent temperatures inside. But yeah, within, like, 30 minutes of us getting there, there was power again, and they had running water as well, and there wasn't a boil water notice either, so didn't have to feel dirty or grimy after taking a shower. It was my first shower in like 3 days. It felt so nice. Like, I fucking hate not taking a shower. Like, I know there are a lot of people who can go 1, 2, 3 days without taking a shower. I feel so fucking grimy. It's probably just a me thing. Like, I'm not saying you should feel grimy. I'm probably just oily, if I had to guess. Like, I know my hair, especially, gets super oily super quickly if I'm not showering. But yeah, it's just... I feel gross. I feel very gross after, a single day of not showering. I'll go single days without showering when I'm not streaming every now and then. But, anything past that, for sure, is, like, super nasty feeling. Alright, I actually have to focus for a bit here. It's a real fear. Real, actual fear. Okay. This is the final screen. Well, no, second to last screen, that's right. This is the screen I fucking hate, because it's just, like... it's just bullshit, honestly. The screen lies to you about where the screen transition is. It's like a full fucking block higher than it actually appears to be. I'm not gonna make it here. I wanna take it lower. The problem with this screen is that, like, you need to take that gondola down as low as possible so that you feel comfortable making that jump I just made. But the screen transition is like a full fucking block higher than the actual bottom of the screen. So you'll feel completely safe riding the elevator down, and then it just down warps you to the last screen you were on, and you're like right above spikes, or like on top of a ghost, I can't remember. But it's not good, either way. Okay, I should probably continue to focus here. I don't want to. I was having fun just bantering about how shit the last week has been of my life. But again, I don't want to sound too whiny, because I know we had it a lot better than millions of people. I know we also had it a lot worse than millions of people, because, I don't know, for whatever reason, Center Point decided that we didn't deserve cycled power. But, at least we had a fireplace and, like, enough food to survive. And clean water we could drink. I hate this. I hate this screen so much. Holy shit. Oh, and that's, of course that's floaty. Why wouldn't it be? It doesn't actually affect anything. Okay. A moment of respite before I have to do this bullshit. It doesn't look that hard, though. It's just a repeating pattern. And it goes up and down. This actually seems like one of the most doable parts of this. I got scared! Gotta temper that fear. But I messed up one jump really bad, and then I got scared. Alright, whatever. I'm so far past being upset about dying in this, this challenge. Like, it's... I know it'll happen eventually. Like, I don't even mind playing it. Like, it's a decent backdrop to whatever I'm bantering about. I'm sure it might be frustrating from a viewer side of things. But me, I don't really care that much. If I make it to the final screen and die. It feels about as bad if I make it within the last 5 screens, if I make it within the last 10 screens. It's all the same feeling, basically. It's just like, oh, I've got to do more of this. Which, I'm indifferent to by now. But yeah, okay, so we're at a hotel room. And, have no food. And thankfully we do have water. but no food. And the pets are obviously a little confused as to what is going on. Dog was pretty fine with things, but Cat was scared as hell. I mean, he was, like, really, really good on the trip there. Like, no meowing, you know, not, like, visibly upset or anything. You could tell he was scared, because his poor little heartbeat was going, like, 1,000,000 miles per hour. But he wasn't complaining about it, I guess. But yeah, especially, like, the first night we were there, it took so long for him. Like, I lost him for a little bit, and that was, like, the scariest thing about having him in the hotel, is I was like, you know, if we open this hotel door and he runs outside, he is gone. We no longer have a cat. So I was incredibly paranoid about that. But, I was also terrified for, like, especially for, like, 10 minutes where I couldn't fucking find him. I looked literally, it's, you know, it's a hotel room, it's not that big. But somehow could not find him, and so I had already checked behind one of the beds to see if he could, like, slip under the bed or behind the bed, and the bed that I was going to sleep on, there was no way that he could fit behind the bed or anything. So I was like, I just assumed that it was the same for both beds, and I was like, where the fuck is this cat? But no, the other bed was, like, slightly more nudged away from the wall, and eventually I found him tucked in, like, literally the tiniest fucking crevice imaginable behind the bed. Like, I don't understand cats, dude. Why is that comfortable as a hiding spot? It's literally, if there was a threat that could get to said cat, there's no fucking escaping. He had to go back the way he came in, but I guess he wasn't too concerned about that. But eventually, I got him to come out of there, and he was, like, slightly more comfortable, but he would not eat food. He would not drink water, which was very concerning. So after the first night, well, I should talk about the food, I guess, because the food was a bit of a trip. The only thing that was open was, like, I mean, it was a very, very small town. So, like, the only thing that was open was, like, a little, you know, gas station store. And it had, like, pretty much the only food that was available that would provide any decent sustenance. Like, obviously gas stations have, like, candy bars and bags of chips and all that, but that's not really going to satiate you for that long, at least. So the only food my mom could find while she was out was, they had, like, a very, very small cold section in the gas station, I guess. And she had, like, some ready-made microwave. One was a jalapeno cheeseburger, and the other was, like, I think it literally just said, like, mayonnaise and chicken sandwich. And then she got, like, a little charcuterie thing. It was just, like, turkey and cheese. I say charcuterie and it makes it sound all nice, but it was literally just, like, the cheapest deli meat turkey and cheddar cheese slices. So I decided, and I think she got the charcuterie thing for me, because usually I am a very picky eater, but I was fucking starving. The only thing I had was, like, a not super large turkey sandwich earlier, and was pretty hungry, and the only thing I had the night before was one grilled cheese sandwich and chips, so hunger was definitely getting to me. So I went with the jalapeno burger, because I thought that maybe the jalapenos, because I saw it had real jalapenos in it, I was like, maybe that will mask the awful microwave burger taste. What I got was not horrible, I'll be honest. Like, flavor-wise, it's not the worst thing I've ever eaten in my life. But it was not. Like, I don't know what it was made of, but primarily it was not meat. Like, you know, I think most people who eat meat have a certain expectation for what it feels like to bite into meat. There was literally no difference for me biting through, like, the soggy microwaved bread and biting through the meat. It was all one homogeneous texture. So I don't doubt that there was, like, at least a little bit of beef in there, but probably a lot of filler product as well. So... Even though it didn't taste horrendous, it was not the most settling thing to eat. But, you know, I was starving, so whatever, I ate it. And, the taste got, like, worse and worse the longer I ate it, both because the burger got colder and colder the longer I ate it, because I was not exactly scarfing it down, despite the hunger. The off-puttedness from the texture and, you know, concept of what I was eating made me go at it a little bit slower. But, no, I mean, so, like, the flavor? There's no way of describing the flavor other than just, like, I don't know. At first, it was kind of pleasant. It was, like, I don't want to make it sound like it was awful, because it really wasn't awful. But it wasn't beef taste, and it wasn't cheese taste, and it wasn't jalapeno taste. It was just sour taste. At first, I was like, it's a little bit tangy. You know, it's not the most fun thing to eat, but the flavor is carrying it enough to work through it. But that, like, sourness just got worse and worse the deeper into the food I got. I was very unsettled by the whole experience afterwards. But, and here's another thing, I was also concerned the entire time, because I know that the entire town was cycled power. So, despite needing to be refrigerated, I'm sure that the temperature it was kept in was probably not optimal temperature, and it may have been a little bit bad, but it was in a sealed container, so, you know, that protects it a little bit more, you would hope. I didn't get sick. I didn't get sick. My mom did not like the ready-made meal I left for her, I guess. I guess she was hoping that I would take the chicken one. She did not eat chicken and mayonnaise sandwich. She went for the, just the charcuterie thing. She also got Ritz crackers with it. She just ate some turkey, some cheese, and some Ritz crackers. And surprisingly, she was the one who got sick. Like, I really thought that if anybody was going to get sick after what they ate, it would be me with the sour non-beef burger. But no, I guess it was probably the cheese had gone bad and the charcuterie thing, so she got sick. And Kat still hadn't eaten or drank anything for the entire duration of the night. It's probably not the nicest thing to say, but sleeping in the same room with my mom, I didn't get the best night's sleep that night either, because, not to be rude, but my mom tends to be a particularly loud sleeper, if you catch my drift. But I was very unrested the next day, and again, by this point, had no food, but thankfully the hotel we were in was offering, like, they had some, like, refrigerated stuff that was still kept cold, and they were offering a more or less, like, continental breakfast sort of deal. Which was nice, so we had some decent food for breakfast. I mean, it's still, like, all of that pre-made food really unsettles me. Like, pre-made microwave meals, I just can't do. But again, I had to eat a microwaved egg and bacon sandwich, and the bacon carried the flavor for the most part, so it wasn't the worst thing in the world, but, like, God, texture of a microwaved egg patty is not immaculate. But I worked through it, because, again, starving. And there were, like, some other things. They had, like, some mini waffles that were decent. And, I can't remember what else. Orange juice. That was nice. But outside of that, uneventful. And check the food bowl, check the water bowl. Cat had still not eaten anything or drank anything. And at this point, my mom was starting to get concerned about the water situation back at our place, because after, I forgot to mention this one detail, but like after I had woken up on that night, the reason we knew our pipes were not getting water is because, like, I was like, you know, you aren't supposed to turn off the water, you're supposed to keep it dripping, and like, did you even drain it? And she was like, no, I didn't drain it. So we turned the water back on to see if there was any running water, and there wasn't. Probably because our pipes were frozen, but if they weren't, somewhere down the line it was frozen, like I mentioned earlier. But we didn't turn it off again. We did not turn the water off again before leaving for the hotel, and some places were already thawing out because the temperature was heating up on Wednesday. It is now Wednesday in the story. So yeah, she was like deathly afraid that our house was like completely flooded, which it could have been. It could have been. If our pipes did burst because of frozen water, and the water was still kept running as soon as everything thaws out, yeah, you could very easily find yourself in a flooded household. So she wanted to rush back, and I was also concerned for the cat. So we had booked for 2 nights, but I mean, I also was not super keen on staying for another night, given the night's rest I had gotten the night before. So I was like, yeah, let's go home. Let's go back home. And when we arrived on Wednesday, and thankfully for those concerned about the cat did basically immediately upon returning home drink water and eat food again, which was nice. It was just like, I guess he was not comfortable enough in the hotel, and like, it was a loud ass hotel too. Like, there were so many inconsiderate people given the situation that was going on. Like, people were fucking screaming in the halls. Like, they must have been drunk, and I'm like, I don't know, I guess like that's one way of coping with the situation, but fuck off also. Why are you being so fucking obnoxious? Anyways, yeah, he probably didn't feel very comfortable in that hotel room, so it's not surprising that that he wasn't eating or drinking at the time. But our house was not flooded, and we did have power, so that was nice. So Wednesday is the earliest that I know we got power back. Maybe we got power at some point on Tuesday, but we didn't get power on Tuesday when we were there, and we were there for the majority of the day. So if we did get power on Tuesday, it would have been like Tuesday very late in the evening, because it was already getting dark when we were like arriving at the hotel. So it's safe to say we probably didn't get power until Wednesday, or like very, very late in Tuesday. Which is fucked, by the way. It's pretty fucked situation, especially when I get down into the nitty-gritty as to why this situation happened. But, yeah, I'm not going to talk about that just yet. There's more story to be told chronologically first. Biggest concern upon returning to the household is that, when we left for the hotel room, we already had no cat litter. We were on the last of our cat litter. And, we just, like, because the cat box was already kind of full, we had just, like, tossed out the rest of the cat litter that was in the litter box, so it would be easier, because it's not... probably not the best way of transporting a litter box is with filled litter. So we emptied it so we could actually take it with us. We bought some litter at the hotel gas station, and that was all fine and dandy. But, again, we had to empty it on our return trip, which is kind of wasteful, but, you know, what else are you gonna do? And we had no litter. So, I had to run to the grocery store. That was my duty for the day. My mom was basically entirely done, despite I should have been done. I fucking got like maybe 2 hours of sleep. So I was pretty exhausted. I agreed to it though, because, you know, it is my cat. So I went to the local grocery store near us, and nah. Nah, I thought about it. Like, I got in the line, because, by the way, there was a line. I got in the line, or at least headed towards the back of the line, but once I realized just how far the back of the line was, I was like, I am not sitting outside in, like, 30-degree temperature, or lower. I don't remember how much cold it was on Wednesday, but it was fucking cold. I wasn't going to sit in a line for like 2 hours and 30 degrees before I got to the grocery store. It wrapped around the store. Like, it was a big line, which is understandable. Like, a lot of people didn't have food, so I'm not saying it's without reason. Like, you'd see a lot of people walking out of the store with, like, literally just a bag full of food. Like, it wasn't people hoarding toilet paper or anything. It was, sustenance. So me, just needing cat litter, I was like... We still had some food at home that was decent enough. I was, like, not ready to take that 2-hour wait. If I needed to for food, I could see myself doing that, but... Yeah, I was like, I could probably find better luck at a gas station or something, like we did for, the hotel trip. So, on my way back, I just went to a gas station, and, that was also pretty fucking crowded, not surprising. So crowded, by the way. Like, I didn't even talk about the fact that gas was an issue, because gas was an issue. A lot of gas pumps. One of them we went to, they said it was frozen, which is, I don't think gas freezes at that temperature. I think they were just lying. But I think the most likely reason is that another place said that it was because of the electricity. I don't know, but I think electricity is the most likely one. Some places literally just had like a sign that said they were out of gas, which I don't fucking know how gas stations work, honestly, but I guess that's plausible because a lot of people, especially in the Houston area where it's more populated, a lot of people had home generators, which, you know, they eat up a lot of gasoline. So it's not too surprising if some of them were actually out of gas. If that's a thing that's possible. Again, I don't really know how gas stations work, but I guess it's plausible, you know? But yeah, gas was an issue. We actually, like, barely made it to the hotel place. And, thankfully, the one at the hotel place, the gas station my mom got food from, was the one that said it was an electrical issue. But, luckily, by Wednesday, when we decided to go back home, it was working again. Whatever was stopping it was no longer stopping it, so we had enough gas to make a return trip. But yeah, gas station, super fucking crowded. The gas station that I got the cat litter from was operating, and there was like a line down the fucking street of cars trying to get gas, and probably fill up gas cans for their generators, I would imagine, is another thing that was happening. I wasn't paying too close attention to it. I was just there for cat litter, but it was such a pain in the ass to get in the parking lot for the gas station, and like so many people were there was no fucking room to park, so I felt like a little bit of an asshole for the way I had to park. I occupied like 2 spaces fully, but also like I couldn't fucking turn. I would have had to take like a 50-point turn if I wanted to park like a non-asshole. So I was like, I'm going in there for cat litter. I'll feel like an asshole for 5 minutes and then I'll be out. But, no. Inside the gas station was having problems too, so it's a little bit longer than 5 minutes. I did thankfully find cat litter though. But, there's like a decent line to check out. and also their registers weren't working because they relied on the internet for cards. And a lot of people didn't have cash on them, myself included, so I was like, I really need this fucking card reader to work. Thankfully, eventually it got worked out, but yeah, I was stuck in there for like 10 to 15 minutes. Also, with a lot of, Texas is dealing with other issues at the same time, I understand, but a lot of people not so respectful of 6-foot distance when there is still a pandemic going on too. But I guess people were more concerned about freezing to death and not having food or something, which is fair, I guess. I'm the kind that would be concerned about both, but I can definitely understand priorities one way or another. So yeah, gas station. Got cat litter. That was an excursion. I was miserable and exhausted and cold, still. But, had all of the needs accounted for. I forgot to mention, also, on the way back, there was a Whataburger that had, like, a line, again, all the way down the street. And I was I don't know what that noise was. I think the fish just died or something. But, still starving at this point, because again, it's like dinner time, because it's a bit of a drive to get from the hotel to home again. And, we had sat in the hotel for a few hours before deciding to leave, so it's like, I don't know, somewhere around like 5 p.m. by the time we were getting home. And, yeah, still starving. So, if there was a Whataburger open, and the lights were on, and, there was a line all the way down the street, so, I guess we were in the same boat as all of the other people lined up in thinking that, it was open. But after waiting in the line for like 10 to 15 minutes, one of the guys pulling out of the Whataburger drive-thru rolled down his window and signaled to us, and so we heard him out, and he was like, dude, there's no one fucking in there. It's empty. This Whataburger is not open right now, so that's all it takes, man. All it takes is enough people lining up. But, like, I don't understand, like, how long do you have to wait at that intercom before realizing there's no one there? I really would have believed in people a little bit more than that, but I guess not. So we left, and a lot of other people peeled out of there. But when I went to get the cat litter, this is like 30 minutes after we had first gone by the Whataburger, maybe a little bit longer. There was still a fucking line by the Whataburger, because I passed it on my way home. No, despite how many people tried to warn the others that it was a fucking closed store, there is still a line all the way down the street from people thinking it's open. I don't know, maybe we got pranked. But, as soon as the dude said that there was no one in there, I started to notice that, yeah, like, the place where the employees usually park is completely empty, so I'm pretty sure there is nobody in there. But yeah, anyways, that's a Whataburger excursion. We had everything we needed. I don't even remember what I ate on that. Oh, yeah. I just ate plain pasta. Well, not plain. That makes it sound sadder than it was. We had butter. Butter probably... How bad does butter get if you leave it unrefrigerated? Like, some people just do that. Some people just leave butter out all the time, which I think is insanity. Because it is a milk product. But I also don't think it goes that bad that quickly if you just leave butter out. So, we didn't even leave it out. Like, it was still wrapped and sealed. As sealed as butter is, which is not that sealed. But, it was kept in the fridge, which was slightly colder than the rest of our house. I don't even know. I'm not gonna give my mom any credit here, because she wants to believe that a lot of the food in the fridge and freezer is okay, when it really isn't. It was fucking maybe even hotter in the fridge than it was in the rest of the house. But, yeah, I trusted butter enough to eat it, even though maybe it wasn't the safest to consume. We had buttered pasta, and I think I put salt, cayenne, I think that might have been it. I think I just put salt and cayenne in it. It's a really sad meal. But we didn't really have any other food available, so it worked. It got the job done. I think I also put, I didn't just put salt, I put garlic salt, that's right. Garlic salt, a little bit of non-garlic salt, and cayenne pepper. That's the secret recipe for those wanting to follow it home. Not the best. But it was food. It was food that satisfied me. And, oh, I forgot I also got a shit ton of candy. I got like 2 of those long... Oh, shit, I can't procrastinate on the screen or take my hands off the keyboard. But I got 2 long things of Starburst. So that was my dinner for the night. Was pretty plain pasta and 2 things of Starburst. Like, they're chonkers, dude. They're long things of Starburst. Got at least, like, 20. Not the healthiest, but, you know, sugar and fat. So, what else could you ask for? What else could you ask for in these trying times? So, yeah, at this point we had power, but I had no idea how consistent it was, so I wasn't keen to stream immediately, because I didn't even turn on my PC on Wednesday until, like, way later at night when my girlfriend got home from work. And she was living, like, the most normal experience, because I can't do that! God damn it, I tried to back out after I made that mistake. They live in a state where they actually prepare for the cold and winterize their generators as they're supposed to. But, anyways, yeah, so things were pretty normal for my girlfriend, and she was maybe concerned about me? I don't know. I was messaging her enough to let her know I was alright. But, yeah, she had gotten home, like, later on Wednesday night. I turned on my PC just to talk, and, I think we might have played Spelunky? I don't remember. I don't think we played any. Did we play something? No, we didn't. I think we just, like, watched a bunch of YouTube videos, and then went to bed. And then Thursday, feels like, what the fuck did I do? What did I do on Thursday and Friday? Because, like, I know that, I guess I know what I did yesterday. But Thursday feels, like, incredibly blank. Like, I feel like at some point, I must have skipped over a day. But no! We definitely got back on Wednesday. Thursday, man. I'm thinking about it. Honestly, no clue. I have no recollection of Thursday. So it was probably just me doing nothing all day and being an unproductive garbage man like I normally am. Probably could have streamed on Thursday, but I wanted to wait at least 1 full day. Yeah, you know, that's what happened with Thursday. I wanted to wait 1 full day, without the power going out on us, before I felt safe enough to, like, turn on my PC for a prolonged amount of time and stream. It's like, I know I'm overly paranoid about it, but I really fucking hate the power going off while my PC is on. Because I've talked about it before, but I have a fairly unstable motherboard that was refurbished and occasionally has some issues. It really doesn't like it when the power is turned off on it because it's missing a CMOS battery, and the BIOS is, like, kind of fucked up. Like, you'll change the BIOS settings and it acts as if they're changed, but instead what actually happens is that my CPU fan just stops altogether. Like, I used to have BIOS settings that were a little bit more optimized for the way I use my PC. But after I had to get a new refurbished motherboard of the exact same kind as the old motherboard I had, whenever I change BIOS settings, it just stops my CPU fan altogether, which is not the best. For those who don't know anything about PCs, if you run a PC like you normally do for a full day without a CPU battery, without a CPU fan running, or any sort of coolant. I guess some people use liquid cooling, which is stupid, but yeah, if you let a CPU run wild without any cooling, it'll be fried pretty quickly. So I mean, PCs nowadays have protection against that, and you'll notice if your CPU is overheating because of PC's protection around it. But yeah, like if you're trying to play a game, for example, the game will like dip down to 1 frame per second if your CPU is overheating, because it's getting throttled as protection so that the CPU doesn't get too hot. Well, that was stupid. So the CPU doesn't get too hot, it throttles its workload so that it cools down a bit once it realizes it's overheating. But even still, even with the throttling, if you're still forcing it without any sort of cooling, you'll very quickly just kill your CPU. So, yeah. I just don't touch my BIOS settings. But there's, yeah, the motherboard, it's quirky. It's a quirky little guy. I don't trust him. So power outages scare me, and I know, dude, I just feel it. I'm like 1 or 2 power outages or power surges away from the entire system just dropping, going out. But I know, I'm paranoid about it. So yeah, Thursday, I didn't turn on my PC at all. That's right. I just, like, watched videos and streams on my phone. Because we did have internet, that was running with the power going again. But I didn't want to risk a power outage with my PC on. So I did the exact same thing I did the night before, which is not use my PC at all until my girlfriend got back from work. And I think on Thursday her power went out, because, you know, it is still like, she lives in a super small town in Washington. Small enough that if I told you the name, that would be like a serious risk for doxing. Like, if I told you just the name of the town, that's basically enough to find out where she lives, because it's such a small fucking town. There's like very, very low population in it. But because of that, their power lines just in general, power and electricity, aren't super stable, and it just gets knocked out by wind pretty frequently. So yeah, I think Thursday, turned on my PC when she got home. Again, just like watch YouTube videos for a bit, and then her internet or power went out or something. And I turned my PC off and went back to just looking on my phone again. That's vaguely how I remember things going down. Friday, I actually did have full intentions of streaming, now that I remember it, more fully. I wanted to stream yesterday, and I'm streaming today on Saturday, which is not a normal stream day for me, because I wanted to make up for not streaming yesterday. But I had full intention of streaming yesterday. The only thing that stopped me is while browsing Twitter earlier in the day, I saw a tweet from Tyler Glale, which, oh, yeah, I didn't even fucking realize we're playing his game right now, that's funny. I said Tyler Glale and I was going to explain who he is, and I was like, oh shit. Just look at the screen right now, that's a pretty good indication of who Tyler Glale is. I know it's 50% Edmund McMillan, but I don't know. Tyler Glale did work on this son of a gun. But yeah, Tyler Glale had tweeted, tweeted a video in reply to, like, because he was wondering why his mask video, because he, like, also made a Kickstarter for, like, a light-up mask that changes faces depending on... I don't know how it works exactly. I think originally he just had buttons that had it working, but I think in the final product, it just completely changes emotion based on, like, tone? Like, tonal recognition? I don't know. I don't want to speak for the product. I honestly didn't really look into it, because it's not the kind of thing I would buy. But, yeah, it got decent traction. The Kickstarter was funded, fully funded, and then some, I believe. And, especially his video, like one of his first videos about the prototype for it that he made, and talking about the Kickstarter, I believe. It just like keeps going up and up with view count. So he was wondering why. And it is also kind of funny that like a lot of comments on said video are just about how, oh, you stole this from this company here, and it's just like an Amazon reseller with like a cheap knockoff of product that he designed. I mean, yeah, it's not a particularly original idea, like maybe some other companies did come up with it at the same time, but it's weird to call it stealing the idea when he goes through the entire process of just designing it as a joke and then actually going through with making it a product. But anyways, yeah, he replied to that with a video that he had seen on YouTube. It was talking about YouTube Shorts, which is apparently a new YouTube feature in beta at the moment. The only way that you can actually access, like, the YouTube Shorts creator, like the official tool that they're making for it, is if you live in certain parts of India. Don't ask me why they decided to do their testing in India, but they decided to do their testing in India. But you can still make YouTube Shorts if you don't live in India, just by making, like, uploading any video with a vertical... they say vertical resolution, which is super vague. Like, what counts as a vertical resolution? Is it anything where the height is greater than the width? Or does it have to be a 9:16 ratio? They don't really... There's no sort of specifics on that kind of thing. They just say vertical video. So I would assume that it means any resolution where height is greater than width, but who knows. But yeah, if you upload a vertical video, whatever that means, and then in the title or description of the video put hashtag shorts, you can access the shorts feature without the official creator tool. And the specific video talking about YouTube Shorts was talking about how, I mean, the terminology they use is broken of a feature it is, but from my understanding, it's literally just TikTok. From my understanding of it, if you look at YouTube on mobile, you have like a Shorts, because I never use YouTube on mobile unless I can avoid it. There's like a Shorts shelf or something that will be on your homepage, and it'll just, like, standard YouTube homepage stuff, it just recommends videos to you, like the normal algorithm does. But the most important thing is that it has the same functionality that TikTok does, which is, once you are viewing the shorts, you don't have to go out of it and then select another video to view. You just keep scrolling, like I think you just swipe up, and it'll give you another short, similar to how TikTok does it. Which, you know, yeah, it's very creative. But, I commended TikTok for that, because it does mean that, like, a lot of people who otherwise wouldn't view your content are viewing it, so there is some positive to that. It's definitely better for not noticeability. What's the actual word for it? It's like a more technical business word that I'm forgetting. But, exposure! There you go! Exposure. How could I forget? But yeah, it is better for that, for people actually, because like a lot of people, and you know, I've tried it, I've made the example of uploading basically the exact same video to YouTube and TikTok, and on YouTube, like, you have to put so much more effort into it on YouTube, because you need full description, and tags is a separate thing, and title and thumbnail especially is like, oh, don't get me started on thumbnails. I actually spend way too much time making thumbnails. It's kind of ridiculous. Cause like I'm the guy, I'm the only guy running my YouTube channel. I don't have like an editor or anything, obviously. So it does take a pretty obnoxious amount of time making thumbnails for everything all the goddamn time. But I like it too. There's something satisfying about having a nice picture and a catalog for all of the things I have done. Because, like, the majority of it is stream VODs on my channel, right? There's something nice about putting a cool cover page to a live stream that I otherwise wouldn't have the opportunity for outside of making the thumbnails for YouTube, so there's something nice about it. But anyways, it is tedious. It takes way more effort than uploading a TikTok, that's for sure. But I mean, TikTok, I also edit in my TikToks, which that takes its own amount of effort for sure. But I've gotten used to the editing I do for the TikToks. I'm pretty quick with it now. Like, if I'm doing, like, the biggest bulk I've ever done was the bulk of, Magic Castle TikToks that I did. I think that was, like, how many? It was, like, 10 plus TikToks that I did all at once in one sitting. It took, like, 4 hours, which is about what you would expect for that amount of work. And that includes, like, finding the clips that I wanted to make into TikToks as well, because, like, the way I do it is I just go to my VOD and then I actually make, like, a Twitch clip of it, so I don't have to download the entire VOD and cut from there. So yeah, if anyone was wondering how the easiest way to get a moment in my stream onto the TikTok, it's literally just, if you clip it, I'll probably fucking use it in a TikTok if it's funny enough. It saves me the effort from having to find funny moments in my own streams. But yeah, you know, for the most part, at least with the uploading process of TikToks, it's way easier. You have to do a lot less work than YouTube, for example. And in the cases where I'm editing videos anyways, like in the case where I would edit a video, like the 2 Minecraft videos that I did for YouTube and TikTok, I'm already doing the editing, so it's not like the TikTok is any more work in editing than the YouTube was. But now I also have to do all of, like, the metadata YouTube shit that I don't have to do with TikTok. TikTok, you literally just write a very short description and then some tags for it. Like, it auto-generates a thumbnail. I mean, you do, like, a little bit of editing on TikTok every now and then, like putting captions up and funny emojis where applicable, but it's not that bad. It's not that bad. I think the most tedious thing about TikTok is the fact that you can't schedule TikTok. I guess I could save them in my drafts. TikTok does have a draft feature, but it doesn't have, like, a schedule. I would die if I went there. It doesn't have a scheduler in the way that YouTube does, which makes sense. Drafts is probably good enough, and now that I think about it, I probably will use drafts a little bit more in the future. But, yeah, it is kind of annoying having to go into the app whenever you want to upload something. Like, because like I said, I had 10 plus TikToks backlogged that I just had to remember every day. Like, oh yeah, I wanna put out a TikTok today. So I have to go through the editing process in the moment. Just slightly tedious, but yeah, anyways, I don't know where my end goal is. I guess what I'm trying to say is that, I don't know, they're maybe closer in amount of work than I gave it credit for, but the biggest issue is the fact that even if they are equal work amounts for making a TikTok or making a bespoke YouTube video, for example, and like the longer highlight videos that I made for YouTube, there's no question about it. Those take more work than like a less than a minute TikTok. Like, oh my fucking god, like the Minecraft speedrun highlight video and that one Fall Guys highlight video I did with Nicholas and I, those took hours upon hours of... The Among Us one, good lord! The Among Us one took me 2 days of like non-stop editing. So, yeah, in cases where you're actually editing for YouTube, outside of just making very, very short-form content, that is infinitely more work. And the problem is, the biggest problem here is the fact that you'll put hours and hours and hours of work into a YouTube video, specifically for, like, you know, making it as marketable as possible. It's specifically for exposure, and you're hoping, like, you know, maybe this one will catch the algorithm, right? Maybe this one will get sent away, magically lifted off its feet, soaring into the skies. This is the one that's gonna... to the moon! To the moon! This is the YouTube highlight video that'll finally gain me some sort of traction. But, no. It never happens, man. It's complete fucking luck. And I still, like, I keep thinking about Joel Haver, which I've talked about him a handful of times, but, he is a comedy sketch YouTuber who only recently got recognized because of some animations he did, that were in, like, a completely different style than anything that had ever really been seen before. At least in that format. And he has, like, a very well done, also funny tutorial video on how to make said animations, and it seems like a pretty approachable process. But at the time, it really stood out, and so the algorithm took it away. But he had been making weekly comedy sketches for, like, at least a year, but I think longer than a year. And even before that, he was still making comedy sketches fairly frequently, but yeah, he specifically, like, I don't know, a little bit... I don't know exactly when he started. I think he said somewhere exactly when he started. Like, over a year ago, he decided to do a weekly comedy sketch. So he'd been working at it for a long amount of time with very, very, very little traction until his animations just magically got swept off by the YouTube algorithm by pure chance. Like, you know, how could he have predicted that? I mean, honestly, I think that a lot of his, like, comedy sketches that aren't animated, that he did before the animated ones, you know, the animated ones are funny, don't get me wrong, but he has a lot of, like, live-action sketches that are funnier than some of the animated ones. But those are the ones that took off, so, you know, whatever. Whatever, dude. But what I'm saying here is that you can put out consistently good content. And I'm not going to say that what I'm doing is consistently good content. I don't want to make it seem like that. But you can put out consistently good content and continue to be completely unnoticed just because YouTube is completely blind luck, basically. Except for the shorts thing, which is a new feature, and I don't know, maybe it'll get tweaked with just how good it is, but, like, who fucking cares if a feature on YouTube is too good, you know? Like, it's not like YouTube needs to nerf a feature because it's making people too popular. Like, why is that problematic? So I don't expect any change to it, because the only reason it's getting views, or, like, shorts are getting so many views so quickly, is because it's got the TikTok style where once you are watching shorts, you just swipe up, and you might see a short that is not from someone you're subscribed to. It's just, like, some random video that YouTube thought was related to the things that you would probably like, similar to the YouTube homepage as it currently exists, but the biggest difference being that even if you have the most eye-grabbing, approachable thumbnail of all time, it is still, like, a big step for a lot of people to make the commitment to click on that video. Like, it takes a truly exceptional thumbnail and title to get people's interest piqued enough to click on a video from, like, someone they don't know. So yeah, just shoving it in their faces the way TikTok does it, I think has its pluses. And if you don't like that style of content, you just don't have to use YouTube Shorts. But, long story short, that's what I did all Friday. I intended to get it done faster than I did, but I just didn't realize how much of a workload it actually was. I went through the process of downloading every single TikTok that I had uploaded to TikTok, because thankfully TikTok lets you download those. And I re-uploaded them to my YouTube account. Had to make descriptions and titles and all of that fun stuff. Thankfully, I didn't have to make thumbnails, because my understanding of the YouTube Shorts feature is that even if you do make a thumbnail for a YouTube short, it doesn't get used when people are viewing it on mobile, so I'm like, why am I even gonna bother making a thumbnail? It does kind of bug me, because it makes my... like, when I go to my YouTube channel, it does make my my profile look a little bit uglier, having, like, 50% of the videos being uploaded with a nice, consistent thumbnail layout, and, these random dumbfuck videos that are just the auto-generated, and, like, because it's a vertical video, it also, like, does that weird fade effect with the edges of it, and it doesn't look great. So maybe at some point I will make a thumbnail, and I don't doubt that also sometime in the future YouTube might change it so that shorts do show up with the thumbnail you give them. But I don't know, who knows? Who knows what they want to do with it? The thing is, like, thumbnails don't really matter for shorts, because, like, outside of that initial short, and let's be honest, like, it's going to have the same problem that, that most content on YouTube has nowadays anyways. Like, even if I did go through the effort of making thumbnails for my shorts, it would be as effective as my current YouTube highlight videos are, as far as people's initial click. And that's the biggest difference, is the fact that, in most circumstances, people viewing my shorts, if they do, I haven't even checked on the short that went live today, but if people do view my shorts, god damn it, it won't be because they clicked on it tapped on it in their short shelf on the YouTube homepage. It's more likely that they tapped on a short from someone they're subscribed to, and then upon swiping, they were just randomly given mine. So I don't think that thumbnails really matter that much, outside of just making me feel a little bit better about it. So I don't know. I probably will just make, like, one thumbnail template that I use for all shorts, which I know will make it look incredibly samey. But I think things looking nice and samey is better than different and ugly. Maybe that's just me, though. The thing is, if I start, like, I don't want to put effort into it, because I'm already putting the effort into making the video in the first place. And my goal here for the future, by the way, because I haven't really talked about what I plan on doing with shorts, is, currently I have all of... I have all of my TikToks that are on my TikTok channel uploaded to my YouTube channel, and they're scheduled. They're fully set and ready to go. But in the future, what'll probably happen is the YouTube ones will not be... because there's, like, a lot of compression and just, like, the fucking resolution gets butchered to hell when you download it from TikTok. So a lot of quality gets lost in downloading it from TikTok. There are some nice things about downloading it from TikTok, like I get to take advantage of the TikTok editor and have those captions and have the music, which, even though it's copywritten, is nice to have the music in a lot of clips. And, like, I was gonna talk about that too. Do I want to talk about it now? Side tangent, I guess. I was looking at all of the YouTube shorts that I uploaded, because, like, some of them have songs from, like, big producers. Like, I forget who licensed Sean, but I used Waterslide in at least one of my TikToks. I think 2, maybe. No, I think it's just 1. But anyways, I used Waterslide from Sean, because it's a great song. In one of my TikToks, I used Jerry Paper twice, I think. But out of all of the licensed music, and like a few, like I don't want to be rude, but like a lot of, when you look at the TikTok music list, a lot of it is from artists that you're like, who? I don't know who you is, but I'll use your music because it sounds nice in the moment. But anyway, throughout every single short that I have uploaded to YouTube from my TikTok, that all use, well, not all, but a lot of them use copywritten music, the only one that was flagged with a copyright claim on YouTube was the Minecraft one where I'm walking through the castle, which is a little bit surprising to me because, first off, it's a guy named Dan McCoy. I want to say no offense, Dan McCoy, but in this case, I'm pretty sure it is... Well, maybe it's not Dan McCoy's fault. Maybe it's not Dan McCoy's fault. I haven't looked into it too much. But it is a little bit weird that a song that is a cover of another song is the only one that got flagged for copyright claim. And I'm not saying that that covers are not in fair use. I just think it's, especially the particular cover by Dan McCoy. Like, you can go to my TikTok right fucking now and look at, oh shit, I can tell you what the TikTok looks for. I think it literally just says, like, don't build like this or something. Let's pull up my TikTok. I've been so sad with the... Dude, it keeps fucking happening. Why are all you motherfuckers on TikTok following me on TikTok? I felt bad about not streaming for so long, mainly because, like, my last 3 TikToks that I had uploaded had, like, pretty big shoutouts to my Twitch channel, and, like, kind of like, hey, that's the thing I actually care about, maybe go follow that. I did get, I think, like, 1 or 2 people who followed my Twitch from those TikToks, but I got so many followers on TikTok, and I'm like, guys, that's not what I was asking for. Thank you, but I think you missed the message. Like, my follower on TikTok, it used to be at, like, 100-something. It doubled. It's, like, 201 now. But, okay, the TikTok I'm talking about is... It says never build like this. It's my highest viewed TikTok. Not that hard to find. But, the music used in that TikTok, it is a cover. It is slightly different from the actual Minecraft song. Like, if you listen to the songs back to back, yeah, you can tell the differences. But it's basically just the C418 song. So I don't know, it feels a little scummy to me that I'm getting flagged by someone who basically I don't know, it's maybe a little bit on the closer edge to copyright contention themselves. Because it's literally just the fucking Minecraft song. I don't know, maybe I sound like an asshole right now, but also, they flagged my video, so I feel kind of vindicated in being a little bit smug about it, I guess. But yeah, that's the only video that's flagged. And it's not a strike, so it's not like it affects my channel anymore. And like, honestly, I'm conflicted. I guess, like, I don't know. It feels weird putting, like, an open-ended, what do you guys think? Because I know that, like, not many people watch this shit in the first place. Like, I don't know if anybody would even fucking respond. But, I am kind of curious, because it's like... That was lucky. It's a situation where I'm not 100% sure myself how I want to go about it. The pros and cons of it are... If when I'm uploading something to TikTok, I also take that raw video file and upload it to YouTube separately, currently there's no built-in YouTube tool to, like, jazz it up or anything. Which is pretty important in, like, the TikTok/YouTube Shorts format, is the ability to, like, write captions and stuff, and add music when applicable. But, because that's only available in India currently, all I could do is upload the raw video file, with, like, literally... And, you know, yes, I am editing these videos in, my editing software, DaVinci Resolve. I kind of want to reset that, thank you. So technically, yeah, I could add music, and I could add captions in DaVinci Resolve, and then do no editing in TikTok or YouTube beyond that point. But I don't know, the TikTok editor makes it really easy to, like, add captions and stuff, and it's a slightly more tedious process in DaVinci Resolve. I'm sure I'd get used to it, but especially, like, the music selection is so nice, just being able to, like, take music samples that TikTok legally allows you to use, even though YouTube may or may not get upset about it when I port it from TikTok to YouTube. I guess the main plus of doing it one way is that if I continue for future TikToks to upload them to TikTok first, and then download them from TikTok and re-upload them to YouTube, is A, it's like a little bit more work on my end, and B, the quality drops considerably. Like, you'll notice that, and I'm sorry, but it's the only thing I could do to get those shorts available on YouTube, is downloading them from my TikTok. I don't really care about the watermark, like, I'm not a big watermark guy. I literally have a watermark on my stream right now, even though it's a part of the screen that doesn't matter. I don't really care about watermarks. You know, in a lot of situations it makes sense to have a watermark. But anyways, I should probably start focusing when I get to that part of the game. I know. I did it when I first started, and I kind of stopped caring, I guess. There's a huge quality drop. Yes, it has the watermark from TikTok, whatever, I don't care. The biggest issue is that TikTok down-reses it considerably, so that it's a 360p. I'm not sure what resolution is 360p, I assume it's the width, but yeah, they have it set to 360p. What is like, when you look at, like, 720, 1080p, like, it's the... Well, in that case, it's the height of the resolution. So in TikTok's example, if I say something's 360p, is that talking about the width? Because it's a vertical video file? I don't know. But anyways, it down-reses the video. So there's a lot of quality loss just from the down-res, but also it compresses it when you upload to TikTok, and YouTube compresses it again when you upload it to YouTube. So you're going through 2 compressions and a downscale. It looks pretty bad. But the biggest upside here is the fact that I get to take advantage of the TikTok editor, and make the video look a little bit nicer on that front, add captions, add music, whatever. At this point, I don't really care about the copyright nature of the shorts that are being uploaded. If I get a strike from one, okay, I'll just play it cool for a little bit, because, like, the way strikes work in modern YouTube is, they auto get removed after, like, 2 months without issue, I think? Something like that. So I would just play it cool until the strike was removed and keep doing my standard bullshit. Or maybe I would change it up, who knows? Who cares? The biggest concern is that if you have a lot of copywritten content online, like, if it's all from the same company, they could literally just decide, like, say, because currently I've got 2 videos from Jerry Paper, I don't know who his licensor is or whatever, but say I uploaded a 3rd one, so I have 3 Jerry Paper videos, or videos with Jerry Paper's music, and, say that whoever is licensing him, I don't know the technical music term for it, whoever his label is, I think is more accurate. Whatever. If they decided that they were not okay with my use of Jerry Paper's music in my videos, and they wanted to put a strike on my YouTube channel, they could do it for all 3 of those videos, at the same time giving me no chance of disputing it, immediately taking my channel offline. And there would be nothing I could do about it because I'm, you know, a small channel with very little following. And that would be pretty heartbreaking, so... Yeah, I guess I'm a little bit hesitant to continue that strategy. God damn it, dude, I fucking hate that fish. The alternative strategy is when I'm uploading it to TikTok, I just upload it to YouTube at the same time, raw, without any captions, without any music added. And I guess the third option is I actually put more effort into editing it before I send it to TikTok and YouTube, so that they're the same, and all the captions are put in via DaVinci Resolve, my editing software. It'd be a lot more work on my end that way as well, but that's probably, like, the best option as far as quality on both ends. And I could make sure that I'm picking music that will not get me copyright strike. But, yeah, I don't know. I guess leave input wherever applicable, though I don't expect to ever get input on this. Those are just my current thoughts on it, and I mean, I don't need to worry about it for a while, because presently, because I have 38 TikToks that I went through and had to re-upload to YouTube, I have TikToks going live on my channel all the way into the next 2 months. So, yeah, it's gonna be a while before I need to concern myself with that, but, you know, I guess it's worth thinking about in the moment. Yeah, I don't know. That's the YouTube short debacle. It does bother me how much quality is thrown away from the conversion from TikTok to YouTube. It also does unsettle me just having copywritten content on my channel, but I don't know. You know, maybe the DMCA laws will get changed sooner rather than later. Probably not, but hey, who knows, right? Who knows? Who knows? I've been good about it so far. Like, I'm not, like, blatantly playing copywritten music. I mean, I don't think RuneScape music is copywritten. It would be very funny. Like, it's on the fucking Internet Archive. You have to imagine if it's on the Internet Archive, that means it's, free commons by this point, but maybe someone just uploaded that there when they shouldn't have. Totally plausible. I couldn't tell you. But for video games especially, like, if a company really hates you specifically as a person, yes, whoever owns the rights to the music could decide... why am I playing so bad? Could decide to just smite you out of nowhere and remove you from the face of the earth. Digitally speaking. Which, you know, the digital world is basically more of a real world than the real world at this point. But in most cases, video games aren't going to strike your content for playing their music because people, you know, live stream the video game itself, and people make YouTube videos of the video game itself. And if you're not taking down those videos, it's kind of weird to just take it down for playing the music outside of the context of your video game. If anything, it's like decent advertising. If people like the music, they're like, hey, what music is that from? And you're like, it's RuneScape. And then they go, ugh! And you're like, yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Oh, God. But, yeah, I don't know. I'll, if anything, the way I'll go about it in the future is trying to be a little bit more careful about what music I'm selecting for my TikToks when using TikTok. Because, like, the last 2 videos I have on my TikTok are just Undertale songs. So maybe I'll try and steer more towards content that I don't think would potentially get me a strike. Maybe avoid playing Chon and Jerry Paper for a bit. Because I do think the way I'm likely to go about it is going to be in most cases, if I want to add captions and music to something, it'll go to TikTok first, and then I'll just take the shitty down-res, double compressed garbage heap of a video file and dump that onto my YouTube as a YouTube short. Sorry, I know it's not the best, but it's, you know, I've already got so many things running with the stream and the YouTube channel and the TikTok. It's like, I'm putting so much fucking effort into what I'm doing here. I don't want to, like, there is a little bit of a defeatist attitude that shows up every now and then, and I'm like, is it worth putting this much effort into it when I don't get anything out of it? Like, the streaming is the part that I have fun with, right? Like, I wouldn't stop streaming. And I like having the YouTube backlog, but like the TikTok, when I'm doing it just for like recognition and marketing for the stream, if like the most I'm getting out of that is like 2 or 3 people, even when directly asked to follow me on Twitch, if that only gets like 2 or 3 people over from TikTok, I'm like, what's the point, you know? Oh, dude, my jam, though! Let's go. Currently fletching and... Well, I was gonna say in the Grand Exchange, but I'm fucking dipshit would ever say that. This music doesn't... The Grand Exchange has its own music, retard. I'm sorry. Oh, God. I can't help myself. I'm currently fletching in, Western Varrock Bank. There's 2 Varrock songs, aren't there? There's the, I don't know, I feel like one plays at, like, the west side and one plays at the east side. I'm probably just... Oh, here you go. I'm currently running from... from, the rune crafting teleport to the bank. Although I think, isn't that rune crafting teleport worse than the other rune crafting teleport? There's 3 of them, aren't there? There's, well, maybe there's only 2. I know there's definitely the one in Varrock. And there's definitely the one in the Mage's Tower. But, like, it's fucking... Oh, what am I doing? I literally just fucking froze in midair. I think there's a 3rd one, isn't there? Isn't there a 3rd one near Ardoin? Oh, God, don't ask me how to pronounce that. I know I'm doing it wrong. Is it Ardogan? Whatever the fuck that city is called. I've always called it Ardoin. Because I'm a... sub 20 IQ, I guess. I don't know. I know that somewhere they say officially how to pronounce it, but I don't care. I don't care. I also, I know that is like a huge part of RuneScape is the optimization of everything. And like, that's why I would feel, like, I know at some point I will probably do like a 24-hour stream of, old school RuneScape, probably when they're doing a league, and whenever there's some special event on my stream to celebrate. I guess I am coming pretty close to a full year of streaming, sometime in April, I think. But, I don't know. If the time seems right, maybe I'll do a 24-hour old school stream. But I'm a little bit hesitant, because, well, I think it would just be wacky, zany fun. I know that a lot of people are strangely backseaty about RuneScape, which seems insane to backseat a game that is, like, entirely a waste of time in the first place. Like, that opens you up to so many insults if you're going to backseat RuneScape. Like, what kind of person do you have to be to care enough about RuneScape to backseat in it, but also have the information about RuneScape to backseat in it? It basically means that RuneScape is your #1 priority in life, and I don't even need to start insulting you for you to feel insulted about that sentiment. You should feel bad if you backseat about RuneScape. But that's made me a little bit hesitant to ever consider doing it as a regular thing. People like to waste time, that's fair. How's it going, Nick? We gotta do some gaming sometime. I mean, you know, I've been a little bit more reclusive recently, even before my power and water was out for over a week. But Yeah, we should do some gaming one of these days. Has the winter storm affected you guys at all? I don't know how north in Brazil you are. Like, Brazil is pretty fucking huge. But, depending on how north you are, it might have affected you a little bit. Might have been a little bit chilly. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. He hits me with the winter question mark. I know it's different there in the southern hemisphere. But, like, I don't know, if it's fucking up South Texas... Yeah, it was a little chilly. There you go. If it's fucking up South Texas as much as it did, I imagine South America would probably be a little bit affected. I don't think anything's gonna freeze over, but... you know, a cool breeze is expected, I guess. I also hate the heat, dude, but that's gotta suck, living in Brazil. I mean, how cold does it get during your actual winter? How cold does it get around June and July for you? Would I imagine to be the coldest months, maybe a little bit after that? Because you know, I guess I never really asked Jacob, who's my Australian gamer, outside of Dick. I guess I never asked Dick either. But, yeah, I don't really know how cold it gets. And, you know, I'd have to deal with the whole Celsius to Fahrenheit conversion, which I would with you as well. Because it's just an American thing. But, yeah, I have no clue how cold it gets in Australia. I imagine it does cool down a fair amount. I remember one winter for Jacob, he was complaining about it being particularly cold. But that was a while back. That kills you? Are you fucking kidding? I was ledge grabbing. I thought it would just make me... Was I ledge grabbing there? I mean, I wasn't really paying attention to my screen because I was looking at chat. That's a Nicholas death. I blame that one on you. But I think I was ledge grabbing there and it killed me. Usually that just makes you drop off the platform. You're lost in life, only living. That's fair. I feel like I've been similar to that recently. Before the winter storm hit us. I was just on the cycle. Which is why I haven't reached out as much as I probably should have to other people. But I'm bad about that in general. I don't know, man. I am the kind of guy who's always down to, like, do things with other people. Most of the time. I'm usually always down to do things with other people, but I'm so bad at, like, making the plans myself. Like, I never have the initiative to start the conversation and be like, hey, you wanna do something on said date? So, unless someone else reaches out to me, I could just go months without talking to someone. Yeah, keep talking about weather. Keep talking about weather. That's the interesting shit. That's the water cooler conversation that I need in my life right now. June till September, more or less. Alright, but how cold is it? That's what I need to know. Because, like, you're not... I mean, again, Brazil is pretty large, so you could be pretty differing in longitude? Which one's the up and down? I think it's longitude. You could be fairly different longitude than I am in Houston, Texas, but if you're North Brazil, it would be fairly similar, I think. Yeah, but I'm talking about your region, Nicholas. Give me the sauce. Tell me how cold it is. This guy doesn't want to admit it. He doesn't want to talk about how hot Brazil is. You remember 11C being cold, at least? I think that's like 30s, isn't it? I probably sound real dumb, but I think that's... No, that's not 30s. That's like 40s? It has to be above 32. Because 0 Celsius would be 32, right? Fahrenheit is dumb. You're not wrong. 11C2F. Oh, it's like 51. Dude, that's cold for you? It's like 51 outside right now, and I'm the kind of guy who wears shorts and a short sleeve t-shirt in 51 Fahrenheit. And I'm a Texan! I'm a Texan, Nicholas. Maybe I'm just that warm-blooded. Hot-blooded Texan. Heats me up. That must be it. But I don't know. I mean, like, a lot of Texans do complain about any amount of cold. But, I prefer the cold. Yeehaw! But yeah, I imagine that that climate does vary quite considerably in Brazil. Brazil, and this is where my South American knowledge gets made fun of. What's the big long boy to the west of Brazil? Is it... I don't want to say it's Portugal, because I don't think it's Portugal. It's not Cuba. No, that's the stupidest thing I've ever said. It's... Cuba's a fucking island, isn't it? You know, the big long guy. Fucking Christ. Where is he? Chile! That's the one! There you go. It's more south. I mean, Argentina as well has a very long longitude. About equal with Chile, so... Kinda. But there you go, that's my South American knowledge. I know... I know roughly what it looks like, but can't name it. I knew there was a skinny long boy in there. I knew he existed. But yeah, my European knowledge is also shit, so don't feel insulted. I basically only... And I didn't even know American! I didn't even know American geography until I did the Cetera 50 States meme. So... Geography was never one of my strong suits. I talked about how much I hated drawing maps over and over again. Maybe I should have paid more attention while I was drawing those maps. Just maybe. But I don't know. If you don't care in the moment, the information is never gonna stick to you. And in the moment, I never fucking cared about geography. I still don't really care about geography. But... I would say it's kinda true, yeah. I would say that, at least in the US of A, a large degree of people could not name more than 10 countries in South America. I mean, that's generous, honestly. More than, I mean, how many countries are in South America? It's not that many. Like, does Mexico count as South America, or, like, Central America, I guess? I don't know what Mexico is classified as. But if Mexico counts, that's a guaranteed 1, I would say. But I think Mexico is in North America proper. Central America messes you up also. Like, where is the line? I'm sure there is a line dividing what is technically North America and technically South America. But everything towards the center, I do just consider Central America. I'm like, I have no fucking clue what continent you technically occupy. But yeah, I would say, for the most part, and definitely if you wanted people to, like, pin the countries on the map, good luck, dude. Maybe 3 to 5 is average. It's just part of Central America? Yeah, but like when you're talking about the continents, there is no Central America continent. Okay, I shouldn't have waited so long on that screen. Or I should have waited longer once I had made it so fucked up. Is a better answer. Like, the continents as I know them are North America, South America, Europe, Asia, Oceania. Isn't that it? That's it, right? I felt weird about saying Europe, though, because in the moment, wasn't 100% sure. Like, also, it's kind of weird, like, where is the boundary for what is Europe and what is Asia? Because, like, what does Russia qualify as? I think most people qualify Russia as part of Europe. But I think, technically, it's part of Asia? I don't know, man. It's all fucked up. Maybe it's just part of both. Who knows? I don't know the technicalities around it. I never checked. But, yeah, I don't know. My European and Asian knowledge is just as good as my South American knowledge. I could do better on Oceania, but that's because there's not that much in it. It's Australia, New Zealand, those are the big ones. And you just got a shit ton of islands. I think the Philippines count as Oceania, I think? I don't know, man. There's a lot of islands. You've seen videos of people asking Americans to name countries, and people are answering Texas. In fairness, it is the biggest state ever. It's probably the biggest landmass, if I had to guess. I'm better than you? There's no fucking way I'm better than you. I doubt I'm better than you as far as geography. Because, like, I mean, okay, North America, you've got US of A, Mexico. I don't want to go too much farther south than Mexico, because I really am not certain on what counts as north and what counts as south in the Central America regions. So I'll say for sure, Mexico, USA, and Canada. That's it, right? Maybe? Europe? I mean, it's not very impressive to just talk about. Dude, I forgot Africa is one of the continents! Oh no! Oh, you can't just forget about Africa! Okay. Pretend I never listed the continents and completely left out Africa. Just pretend that never happened. Like I said, mate, my geography's really bad, don't cancel me. Oh god. I could never, like, I could name Egypt in Africa. I think that Libya is, like, northeast Africa? The only reason I kind of know where Libya is because my mom was born in Libya, or, like, raised in Libya. Because my grandpa is in the oil industry and traveled overseas a lot. Not as nice of a story as you would think. But yeah, I don't know. I think Egypt and maybe Libya is as far. Well, I think I could. Isn't there a African country just called South Africa? I think I probably take a decent guess at that one. Why do I keep ledge grabbing there? I should just jump. Wait like 5 minutes thinking about countries and then just choose to die. But who fucking knows, man? Again, it's not very impressive to just say the names of countries. Placing them on the map is the important one. Like, I could not tell you at all where any Asian country is outside of, I think I could, well, if it has borders, I could definitely get South Korea, North Korea. Without borders, no chance. China, that's an easy one. Oops. Japan, that's an easy one. Outside of that, I got no idea where Vietnam is, no idea where Thailand is. No clue. Could not fucking tell you. I can tell you where India is. India's an easy one. I think that counts as Asian. This is the most ignorant thing I've ever said in my life. The Middle East doesn't count as a continent, right? Like, I think most of the Middle East is classified as either Europe or Asia, I think. Maybe I'm crazy. Yeah, there you go. I can tell you where Earth is. That's a pretty easy one. Ace that geography quiz. Although if I had to pick Earth out of the entire Milky Way, I'd probably get lost pretty easily. Out of the solar system, I think I could handle it. I think I got that one covered. But yeah, no, not the best with geography. Probably should endeavor to not forget about Africa existing in the future. I knew I was missing some continents when I labeled them. I was like, there's more than 5 continents. For whatever reason, am I crazy? I always thought there were 7 continents. But in my head, I'm like, there's only 6, right? North America, South America, Africa, Europe, Asia, Oceania. That's 6. It's all fucking bullshit anyways. It's made up. Borders are made up. It is 7? What's the 7th continent? Oh, Antarctica. That doesn't fucking count. That doesn't count. Sorry for all the gamers who live in Antarctica, but... I don't think that any of them are going to be watching this stream anytime soon, so... The ice continent, how could I forget? The one that will soon no longer be the ice continent. Isn't that crazy? One of these days, dude. That's the trick. It's all a secret ploy. The only reason that no major government has made any impact on climate change is because they want a habitat on Antarctica. It all makes sense. It's about colonization. It's been so long since we've got a good opportunity to colonize something. You wanted to waste points. I really should get around to... I was thinking about it before the whole winter storm happened, about maybe making some custom channel point things, but like, I don't really have any good ideas for channel points, honestly. Like, I don't know. I feel like channel points, as the way they're currently structured, like, I've seen some people who have some really creative channel point things that are hooked up to chatbots. You know, I'll say the streamer. I'll say the streamer. I'm not afraid to say the streamer. It's good publicity, I guess. Jay, also known as Wolves at My Door, and it's fucked up, dude. Don't ask me how to spell Wolves at My Door, because I think it's missing some vowels, and I honestly just Google it, and you'll maybe find it, hopefully. I don't know the spelling of his channel. But, he has one of my favorite channel point implementations I've ever seen, which is... I assume he has some sort of chatbot that scrapes the Twitch chat looking for the channel point message. Or I don't know how Twitch's API handles it. Maybe there is just like a back-end thing that lets you hook a bot up to channel point interactions. I don't honestly know. But one way or another, he has a bot figure out when a channel point reward is redeemed. And the specific channel point redeem in question is one that he also has hooked up to his webcam, which has a feature that lets it do like the scrolling scan effect, where it like takes a picture as the line scrolls down the camera, so you get like really long faces if you move your head during the scan. It's good. It's very good. It's the best channel point thing I've seen on Twitch. Because, like, a lot of channel point things are just gimmicky and, honestly, can be obnoxious at times. Like, I don't know, man. I hate tuning in to a stream and every 5 minutes the flow of the stream is interrupted. Like, I don't know, I even... Not you, Necklace, and not anybody who hears me saying this. I'm not talking about you, don't worry. That's my defense. Before I say what I'm about to say. Sometimes people will come into my chat, and they'll say just one thing, completely, like, without any sort of context to what I was talking about before. In attempts to, like, entirely shift the conversation away from what I was trying to talk about, regardless of whether I was done talking about what I wanted to talk about or not. I find that a little frustrating, but I have tuned into some streams where, like, they'll look at any dumbfuck message in chat and be like, alright, fine, I'll stop what I was talking about, this is the new thing, this is now all sort of cohesion to the stream is gone, I'm just going to focus on every independent message in chat, and forget that I'm trying to be entertaining at all. Like, I don't know, to some degree I'm just like, I don't want it to sound like, oh, I'm the streamer, I make the rules here, fuck you if you want to interact with me. But, some people really want to make the stream about themselves. And that's pretty evident when they start talking. You know, it's happened to me before, but, like, I don't want to make an open blanket statement about people who say, do you remember me? Because that's, like, a lot of people do that on Twitch, and, like, some people are young, and they just want to have some recognition, and they want to be like, oh, I'm important to the stream. You remember me, right? But, as soon as I see someone say, do you remember me? Whether I do or don't remember them, I'm just like, why do you care? I don't know, man. That's like immediately like a red flag for me. I'm like, I don't know about this person in my chat right now. They seem to be the kind that wants to make the stream about them. Okay, fine, Nicholas. I was talking about you. It was all about you the entire time. People sometimes like you. Yeah. No, I get that. But I don't know. I feel like I get that a lot of times. I don't know. There's no nice way of putting it, I guess. But like, it's not bad to ask, do you remember me? It is a very on-the-spot question that, if you don't remember them, has no good answer. But, like, especially because, like, a lot of the time, people will do it when they've sent one chat message to you. Like, it's happened multiple times to me that someone has sent me literally, like, one message. Because I can click on their name. I've got the moderator view open. I can click on their name and see how often they've chatted. People will send one goddamn message to you and be like, do you remember me? I said hi, and that was literally it that one time. Do you remember that? Do you remember when I said hi? I don't know, man. But again, just that in its own right is not the worst thing in the world. If they go beyond it and ask for proof, which has happened one time before, that's especially weird. Just very weird atmosphere to demanding proof that you recognize them. Because, like, that is the ultimate form of putting someone on the spot. And, beyond that, I don't know. I worry that, yeah, exactly. I worry about the sort of chat interactions that might follow that kind of message. But maybe that's just me. But anyways, the point I was originally going to make was, channel point things can be fucking obnoxious. Like, if you go to a channel that makes the channel points way too easy to buy into, because, like, some people will be like, yeah, make me fucking chug an entire bottle of water for 2 channel points. That's literally all you're going to be doing the entire fucking stream. I'm hesitant to do anything like that on my channel because I fucking hate that kind of content. Like, I don't know. I would rather the content be just the content itself, and not do gimmicks, but I'm just not a gimmicky guy. I mean, no offense to people who do gimmicks on stream, but I'm not gonna say what I was gonna say. I'm just gonna say I don't. I'm just gonna say I try not to do gimmicks because it's not the kind of content I enjoy. Let's leave it at that. No, there's nothing wrong with doing things differently, but there is something... Oh god, I don't want to... Oh, because like... Nicholas, you're gonna get me in trouble, man. Look, okay... I am going to make a slight jab at a streamer who has been very nice to me, and I don't want him to take offense to it, but I hope that there's enough camaraderie between the two of us that that he wouldn't take offense to it. I just don't want to be the guy who wears a suit to stream every day. I don't know. I think there's something to be said, especially because, like, goddamn the effort. There's nothing wrong with putting effort into your stream, but, I don't know, is that what you want to be known as? You want to be known as the guy who wears a suit to stream every day? Now you're mad? Good! Get mad, Nicholas! This is an angry chat now. Okay. I will unveil the reference a little bit. I am talking specifically about a streamer who's been nice to me in the past, Shattered Rift. No ill will towards him. I think he seems like a pretty cool guy. But yeah, I definitely wouldn't have the commitment to wear a suit and tie to stream every day. No, but I like that. There's nothing wrong with doing that as like a special event, Nicholas. Like, there is nothing wrong with getting in the moment and wearing a Mario outfit while you're playing a Mario game. That's funny. I have no issue with that. I just think if you're going to make that your entire branding and be like, I am the guy... it's the same thing with VTubers, dude. I just don't get it, I guess. Every moment is the moment. If every moment is the moment and you are always playing Mario, wearing a Mario outfit, I would say that's a bit of a gimmick. But it's fine to be gimmicky. It's just not my thing. Even though, you know, I will go a little bit off the deep end and make jokes at its expense. In the end, it's like, it's fine if that's what you want to do. Obviously, it works for some people. VTuber is just dumb. It only works for Japanese people. Outside of that, it seems strange. How do I want to take that? I think the only reason you think it works for Japanese people, though, is because you don't know the language. I think if you were a fluent Japanese speaker, it would seem just as weird. Maybe that's just me. But I think, I mean, it's also obviously, like, it goes hand in hand with, you know, anime. Being predominantly Japanese. Or, by some people, the exact definition. But I think that, for most people that find it acceptable when it's a Japanese speaker as a VTuber, I think the only reason they really find it as acceptable as they think they do is because they can just read the subtitles and pretend it's an anime. Whereas, for native Japanese speakers, it probably has the same effect as an English speaker to us. Or, I don't know, are there Portuguese-speaking VTubers? A Portuguese VTuber seems to you and I, Nicholas. There is? That's kind of surprising, but I guess there's a market for everything, right? But I've already kind of talked about my distaste for VTubers and honestly been a little bit meaner than I need to. But I do kind of think it's the same thing I've got towards streams with a gimmick, in my opinion. Like, making yourself look like an anime character is not a personality just as much as wearing a suit on stream is not a personality. But, to be fair, because that sounds incredibly rude to Shadow Drift, he has his own personality outside of the gimmick. The gimmick thing, I don't know, it's just weird. It's like, if you have a personality, then why even do the gimmick, you know? Why do the gimmick? I don't get it. But that's the main crux of it, is that I just don't get it, I guess. There's a girl that you really hate that's a VTuber. Oh shit, it's getting heated. She literally offends the chat. Well, that, you know. Depending on how deep they go into it, I guess I could follow you. But there's like a lot of very, very popular streamers that go off on their chat. And, I don't know, people don't have problems with that. Even though you should have more of a problem with it when it's a real person, like, with their face on stream, directly insulting someone in their chat. But, I don't know. Some people go a little bit too hard. Is that what it takes to be a popular streamer? Do I need to say, fuck you, Nicholas? God damn it, dude. Why are you always showing up here? I'm sorry. I can't do it. I'm sorry, Nicholas, don't leave. You're my only friend in this world. Yeah, that's fair. It's a fair response. I think that's what it takes, though. I have to lose my heart in order to achieve peak streamer energy. But I don't know. There are some big streamers that are not horrible. It's 1 AM. Nicholas, it's child's play. 1 AM. It's not even Big Apple yet. Don't come at me unless it's Big Apple. Then we're talking. But yeah, anyways, I never really got into the details on why Texas is fucked. But Texas is thoroughly fucked. And I think, well, I mean, I already knew it was fucked for a lot of other reasons, but I didn't really think that the power situation was quite as fucked as it was. This dude's really doing the whole nursery rhyme. See, this is it, Nicholas. You've made the chat about yourself. This is... You're banned. You're banned from my chat. I think, yeah, I guess, I don't know, because, like, it wasn't really evident just how messed up the power situation was. I guess there was that one other, what was it? I think a lot of news stations were talking about it. It was when I was too young to remember, I think. I think it was, like, 2001, which I would be 4 years old. But a lot of people talked about a similar situation with Texas's power grid going wrong. Sometime around 2001, or in that area. Maybe I'm misremembering the date. Maybe it was 2011, in which I would remember it, but whatever. I don't remember the date. I could probably just fucking look it up right now. It's too much effort. Other people can look it up if they're that interested. But there have been signs that the Texas power grid is not a good idea as it's currently set up. But for the most part, you can just kind of ignore it and pretend it's not a problem. It's only really an issue when it comes down to accountability and, you know, expecting a capitalist to care about other people. Which is not often a likely outcome. But for those unaware of the Texas power grid, what the hell the power grid have to do with the current moment? The power grid has to do with the fact that our household lost power for 4 days during the coldest climates Texas has experienced in years. It's like way below 30 degrees outside, and all power was cut when it didn't need to be. Is the biggest thing. Not only did it not need to be, but there was just no preparation, because preparation would have been too expensive. Think of the profit margins. I've not seen what happened there. I imagine Brazil has its fair share of problems as well. But my problems happened as of today, Nicholas. I'm in the problems. I still don't have clean drinking water. There are still repercussions for the actions of, well, I guess the lack of actions of the government, because everyone in the South is afraid of the government and anything the government does for some reason. 22 days of blackout, Jesus. That is pretty fucking bad, yeah. But, I mean, I'm sure that has its own story to be told for why that was as fucked as it was, but I don't know that story, and I do know the Texas story. I know the Texas story, which is, to simplify it a little bit, the entire Texas power grid is isolated from the rest of the country. As far as I'm aware, it's the only state with a completely separated power grid. And the reason our power grid is separated is because if we had integrated with the rest of the states of the country, well, we'd have to deal with government regulation, which we just simply can't abide by because we hate the government here, right? So, instead, the Texas power grid is entirely privatized, meaning there is like a small subset of companies that supply the power to the state. We don't get any power from the rest of the country. We supply our own power to the state, and we sell a lot of that excess power to the rest of the country's power grid. Oh, let's go, dude. Jamming. I believe this song is Scape Rune. Can I get a prop bet, Necklace? You're the only one here, I think, that can actually bet. Here we go. Channel bet. This is Scape Rune. Outcome 2, this is not Scape Rune. What song is this? There you go, Necklace. You have 1 minute to vote. Yeah, I'm confirmed. You're not wasting your points anymore. There you go, bet. Bet however much you want. I don't think you're literally going to get anybody betting on the other side, which I think means, you just get your money back, but... you have the option to bet. Or maybe you don't have the option to bet because you live in Brazil. Now that I think about it, I think that a lot of places aren't allowed to bet because of online betting laws. You can't bet? Oh no. Alright. Well, this is going to be a very fun 0-0. It's, oh, things are really heating up. It's neck and neck, dude. It's perfectly tied. Oh, because you're a mod. Of course, it's because you're a mod. Well, that was fun. I will look at the song now. Fuck, dude, it's not Escape Room! Oh, no. It's in the clink. I'm a fucking failure. I'm a fucking failure of a RuneScape player. Alright, just fucking delete it. Yeah, delete and return 0 points to everyone. You were going to vote no anyways. Well, you would have won all of your money back. Look at that. Oh, man. Alright, well, that was fun. A great experience for my first channel point bet. That's like the only thing that I think is fun about channel points is the betting. But I don't have enough people who show up in my That was such a stupid button input. Why did I ever press that? I don't have enough people in my chat to, like, regularly engage with that feature. And now give your points back? I'm sorry, Nicholas, but I can't do that. But, I would do, like, a lot more channel points betting if I had the regulars to actually support it. Because that's fun. Channel, I mean, some people get really fucking heated about it. Some people get way too into the channel betting than they should. But, it's mostly all in good fun. Again, capitalism is ruining your well-being. As it always is, Nicholas, as it always is. But yeah, back to the story time. Yeah, so there's like a very, very, very small subset of companies that actually supply power to the state. And again, sell it as an export to the rest of the country. Good night, Nicholas. Have a good rest. But what that means in a situation where all of the power in Texas goes out because of a huge amount of demand and also a very small amount of supply due to, well, lack of preparation, which I can also get into. It means that we can't receive help outside of the Texas grid, because there just isn't the infrastructure, I guess? Like, you would think if they've got the infrastructure for power to go out of the state, like, aren't wires two-way? I mean, maybe I'm fucking losing it, but I would think that, I mean, maybe there's just laws against it because of the way we have it set up. There probably are laws against it, I don't know. But it means that we can't get power into the state from anywhere other than Texas. No Among Us, go away? What? Oh, because you said sus. That's your own fault, Nick. That's your own fault. So yeah, in our time of need, and this is where things get real fucked, because all of the power supplying companies are privately owned, they actually oversold what they should have, because, again, the supply was shortened due to a lack of winterization of any generators, basically any generators, because nobody thought that it would be a big, serious thing. I mean, you know, Texas has gotten cold before, we don't need to winterize these things, so, like, it's safe to say that over 50%, probably well over 50% of Texas's in-state power supply went offline when the power was needed the most, because people are fucking freezing in their own homes and don't have any heat. The small few companies, and there are a few companies, I don't know them by name, but if I did, I would definitely drag their asses live on stream. You can look it up yourself. Do your own homework to find out just how shitty Texas is. There were some power supply companies continuing to sell power outside of Texas to the rest of the country when there were people inside of Texas not having any power, freezing to death, losing all of their food because their refrigerators aren't working, all of their perishables are going bad, because it would be too expensive to supply to the extreme demand. And you know, there is, obviously, I don't want to go too deep into the conspiracy side of things, but there are, you know, I just don't have the data to back it up, which is why I feel weird about talking about it, but a lot of people suggest that, The areas that were given literally no power, like my area, are the lesser well-off, economically speaking. And the more well-off, economically speaking, either had full power the whole time, or at the very least it was cycled. Now, I just don't have the data to back it up, but I have seen people say that that is the case. I do have the data to back up the fact that many Texas power suppliers were still selling their power to the country's grid instead of giving it to the Texans that were paying for it as well, just because of the demand. But, anyways, outside of that, because that situation's very bad, we should talk about what's being done about the situation now that everyone realizes how fucked up it is. Now, I should also note that there is, like, literally no government regulation on the current state of the Texas power grid. It's all privatized, so whatever the capitalists decide is the best for society, that's what happens, and what is best for society in the capitalist eye usually means what's best for me, and not so much what is best for people freezing in their own houses. But again, this is like one of the most socialist streams I've ever done, but hey, that is, it's not necessarily a bad thing. It's you know, it is my political beliefs. These are the raw feelings from the heart. But, I know it can be off-putting, I guess. Even to people who are, but like, I don't know, man. To people who say they're on the left, but still think that, like, any regard of socialism is just outright communism and, an offense to the country, I'm like, well, what are your liberal laws? Like, what do you want as a liberal? And, like, a lot of liberal things are just, like, I mean, I'm not going to say that there's no importance to social politics, because there are. Like, obviously, gay marriage should probably be federally legal as of 20 years ago or beyond. Like, I mean, even saying 20 years is, I mean, it should just be legal. I guess I shouldn't have put a date on that. It should just be legal. It should be federally legal instead of being a state thing. But, I don't know. Like, abortions, too. These are the kinds of things that, like, liberals have thoughts on. Which are, you know, each issue has its own level of importance, for sure. But, I don't know. I feel like there's more deep-rooted, fucked up things with America going on than, and, like, a lot of state laws also counteract the federal laws against most of these social problems. So it's like, I don't know. I guess it still is important to want that thing accepted federally, but yeah, I guess it is shitty to be like, well, if you live in a fucking red state, then fuck you. You're not allowed to have an abortion. Obviously, that's not very cool, but I don't know. Yeah, I guess. I'm not gonna be too offensive to liberals, but I've got my thoughts. Anyways, back to the Texas situation. Everywhere is fucked. You're not wrong, Necklace. Everywhere is fucked, always. The response to what happened in Texas, because there's no government regulation, because here in Texas, we hate the government, haha. But, Abbott, like, one of the first things he did publicly was talk about restructuring ERCOT, which is, like, the loose regulation that's currently on Texas's power grid, and it's not government-run, it's also... Like, I said it was privatized earlier, I'm not exactly sure, like, what ERCOT is? But my understanding of it is that ERCOT is, like, pretty much bought out by the power suppliers themselves, so it's hard for the company that's intended to regulate the power company to tell the power company they can't do something when they're handing them $1 million check every year, you know? Like, it's, anyways, conflict of interest. The only thing that Abbott initially said was, that he was going to look into the ERCOT situation, like, you know, swap out the CEO. That he's garbage, we're firing him. Abbott, by the way, is our governor in Texas. Governor? Yeah. Governor. Making sure I got the right bureaucracy name, title to give him. Bureaucratic. Whatever the fuck. He's the governor of Texas. He's the man up top, making all the Texas decisions, basically. Said he was going to have the CEO fired, and look at the structuring. Really, really look at what's going on in ERCOT. See how this got as fucked up as it was. And then immediately, like literally either the day after or like 2 days after, it was no time at all before he pivoted from talking about ERCOT, which is, you know, it's not the direct problem, but ERCOT has some blame, obviously. As well as, like, the actual power suppliers themselves having blame. But the biggest blame is on the government itself for allowing this to run the way it has without any regulation. And why the fuck are we on a private grid? Anyways, that's the real issue. So obviously, Abbott, being a very, very conservative individual, is not going to talk about how he's going to disband the current power grid setup. But he is going to make it look like he cares and talk about ERCOT, which is kind of like a scapegoat for the problems, but doesn't actually fix anything. But then, like I said, within like 1 or 2 days after that, he changed his mind. He was like, you know, talking about ERCOT, that's not very conservative of me. What am I doing? I'm supposed to blame everything on leftists. That's the way us right-wing individuals work, is we take no blame or accountability for things that are our problems, and blame it on the left instead, because we want to get back in office, obviously. And we don't want to change anything, because it's paying the bills right now, because, you know, the government benefits just as much as the privatized, the privatized power companies do, because the privatized power companies are giving Texas a big-ass fucking check. So, yeah, nothing's gonna fucking change. Anyways, I know I'm really doom and gloom here, but it's a sad state of affairs. So I think it deserves a little bit of dooming and glooming every now and then. But, yeah, within the next couple of days, he was on the news saying, oh, this is all the Green New Deal's fault. That thing that's literally not even planned or in act right now, it's that fault. That did it. That's the one. And within, like, while people were still without power on the way to the hotel room, and again, people are still without power right now. I want to make that very clear, that I am fortunate to be able to stream right now and have heating, whereas not everyone is. But in the thick of it, when many, 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 many millions of people were without power, on our way to the hotel to get some heating and water, my mom flipped on the news, and the first fucking thing that pops up talking about the situation was some fucking incredibly conservative right-wing individual talking about how it's the windmills' faults in Texas. How Texas is, like, less than 10% of wind power is what caused all of this. It wasn't the fact that... because... who cares about the fact that the natural gas generators also went offline? It's the windmills' faults. God damn it, that's the second time I ran into that spike like a retard. So that was very frustrating. But I don't know. I guess it's expected, right? You just kind of expect that that's how politicians are. That's how political speakers are. They just spout bullshit nonstop. Oh man. But it's so fucking like they're not even trying. Like it's so fucking obvious that the windmills aren't the issue. But I'm sure that plenty of already strong conservative individuals listening to that were like, ah, fuck the windmills, fuck them. We never should have put those damn things up. They ruined it for all of us. Despite, I'm pretty sure Texas never actually cut back on natural gas power, which is the bulk majority of Texas's power, by the way. It's natural gas. I don't think there were any cuts on natural gas generation. There are just some windmills that were put up in addition to the natural gas. Like I said, I'm not even going to act like the windmills... I mean, yes, it is good to be using renewable energy, for sure, and, like, not fossil fuels is the big thing. But the companies that were operating the windmills still didn't winterize the windmills. So... I mean, admittedly, it is harder to keep a windmill running, so I'm not going to, like... Maybe some of them did do proper preparization, but the people operating the windmills, while it is good to have natural power... or natural's maybe not the right word, but clean power... if the person operating the company is still a shitty capitalist that's going to sell that power outside of Texas when Texas needs it most, that's you're not going to get a lot of sympathy from me. Anyways. Yeah, so, I don't know. I'm sure a large degree of conservatives in Texas right now still full-heartedly believe that it's the additional windmills that are the problem, and not the fact that, their power was sold outside of Texas, and no preparation was made for the winter storm ahead of time, despite there being clear warnings that it was going to be very bad. That would just really, really fuck up their profit margins, so they couldn't be fucked. Good night again, Nicholas! Thanks for sticking around for as long as you did, man. I'm glad you had fun. That's the true streamer strategy, is assume people have fun if they stick around. Because I don't know, they probably do. Who knows? Who fucking knows? But anyways, Texas is fucked. Pretty excited to be out of here one of these days. I'm glad it was having fun. Even if you didn't get to bet. Got to learn about the Texas power grid, the most important thing for a South American to know. I don't know. I guess it's just like a decent example of how quickly things go wrong if you leave decision-making entirely in the hands of a small select group of capitalists that are only ever going to care about themselves and how well off their business is doing. But yeah, they don't seem totally fazed about people dying over their lack of power. That's always how it is, man. That's always how it is. I don't want to make it seem like I am a communist, because I do... I've talked about that before, and I think that, I think that a lot of people who say they're communist are... Well, okay, some people really fucking mean it, but a lot of people just kind of do it as a joke, which I don't think is super productive in getting people to understand socialism and communism, because there is so much confusion around socialism and communism. And a lot of people, in general, think that they're the exact same thing, which, to some degree, yeah, they have the same beliefs, just methodology is different, I guess. So no, I don't believe that a revolution needs to happen in order for change to happen. Sometimes it feels that way. But, no. I think that change would happen eventually, given enough time. And things are definitely shifting more towards that side politically. But it's just so heartbreaking. Don't get me wrong, Biden has done some good things so far, but it's just, you know, unless you have a candidate, and, like, even if you do have a candidate, like, I'm not saying that Bernie would break promises or anything, but, it just feels like every time you get someone with, you know, slightly more progressive ideals, when they get into office, nothing happens. And, it's, you know, I mean, it's just like, the modern... I don't know. Do I want to say it? Because I feel like it. The modern Democratic Party is like... It's so fucking funny seeing people get into arguments about, like, oh, well, you just... You know, there's so many Democrats nowadays, they're fucking ruining everything for us. When, like, the majority of Democrats are, like, not very far left-leaning. Including the ones that get in office. It's like... I don't know. I thought you stood for something, buddy. But I guess not. I would say that most Democrats are closer to the center than they are to the left, that's for sure. And a lot of Republicans are farther right than they are to the center. Because the majority of... Well, I don't know, I shouldn't even say that. The majority of Republicans in office only care about individual gain and profit. Which is... makes sense, I guess. You know, if you're in that position. But a large majority of people who vote towards the right side aren't in that well-off position. You get, like, a lot of lower-class people voting to the right because they're told that it's in their best interest by the right, but, like, actively choosing the side that doesn't care about people at all. At all! It's, I don't know. It's disheartening. Well, one of these days. One of these days, we'll see something happening. Maybe. You never know. It's really hard to have too much hope for America coming off of, like, even though it, was a loss for Trump. Like, I mean, first off, let's talk about the fact that Trump won in the first place, right? But secondly... It was not a landslide victory by Biden. There are a large amount of people who wanted Trump in for a second term. I can't understand that. Where are these people? I live in Texas, and, like, I don't know. Well, I don't know. Yeah, no, I am, like, relatives with someone who's, someone who would vote for Trump again. I'm not sure if they did, but I doubt they would be too ashamed if I asked. Anyways. I don't know, man. It's just... It's like, it's not... You can't talk sense into those kinds of people. You just can't. My cousin, who is the son of the family I'm talking about, my aunt and uncle, my cousin is, like, the most conservative amongst them, and I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? It's just like, it doesn't take that much education to understand. I don't know, man. I just don't get it, I guess. I probably never will get it, but... I would have more hope for people that they would understand when they're being lied to their faces, but I guess that's too much to ask for. There's still a large amount of people who think that Trump won by a landslide, and the votes were fraudulent, but... Oh, man. Yeah, okay. I'm getting more and more doom and gloom by the second. Maybe I should just call it for the stream today. Oh, man. I was really hoping I would beat this today. I was like, God damn it. Like, I've actually got a lot of things to talk about today. I was like, this is my opportunity to be free of my banter segment for a little bit until I start getting a little bit more, banter material. This was my chance of, ending it. I mean, there will always be a banter segment. But this is, like, the heaviest banter segment of all banter segments. Like, I banter a little bit during Minecraft, but I can also, if I have nothing to talk about, I can just talk about what I'm doing in the game. Whereas, like, there's literally no entertainment value in talking about myself doing the same jumps I've done for the past 20 hours playing this. So yeah. I'd like to be free of a pure banter game for a little bit. There are plenty of them that are still on the list, like Pogo Stuck and, I don't know, I was also thinking, like, my next big thing, because I'll get to Pogo Stuck eventually, but I was thinking my next big thing after doing this, because this is, like, you know, I think most people consider it to be a kind of hard thing to do. I was thinking to replace it. It would also be maybe a little bit more difficult? It's hard to say. I think they're about equally difficult, honestly, because, I'm just gonna say, Cave Story Hard Mode Hell. I think Cave Story Hard Mode Hell is harder on the moment-to-moment gameplay, but is shorter by, like, a pretty large amount than this. And there's a lot of, like, pattern recognition. Well, I guess this is all pattern recognition. There's no randomness to this. But, yeah, I guess there's no real point to be made. I was going to say there's pattern recognition as adverse to this game, but no, this game is literally the exact same every time you boot it up by design. So, and Cave Story does have randomness. The very first screen, well, no, not the first screen, the second screen of Hell is just complete random bullshit. So that's probably going to be the most miserable part of Cave Story Hard Mode Hell. But I think if I get past there a few times, because you're not timed, I can take the next area as slow as I need to, and I can go fairly slow. And then from there, the Swamp boss is probably going to take a few attempts before I get it, but honestly, I don't think it's going to be that hard. It does have random ads that fly around that might be potentially miserable, but I think the fight is pretty easy. Like, I don't have missiles because it's hard mode, but with the spur, I'm hoping it's not going to be that bad. That's like the advantage to taking the spur, right? Is that Snake definitely makes hard mode easier, especially when doing Hell, because you can break those, you can shoot a lot of enemies through walls, and you can break the explosive blocks through walls too, that make it a little bit easier to just sprint through everything. But, you would hope that the Spur makes bosses easier, because that's its main thing is damage output. So hopefully that, counterbalances the lack of the Snake for the level section of it. But then what happens after the Thwomp? Don't you go straight from Thwomp into Ballos fight? I think you do. And I don't think the Ballos fight will honestly be that difficult. I recently looked up someone doing the Ballos fight without getting hit, and I'm like, oh, that is like very, very simple patterns. Like, I thought it was so much harder. I thought I would be stuck just doing the Ballos fight over and over again, but no, I think it would only take... I'm definitely going to take a handful of deaths to the Ballos fight, don't get me wrong, and the pressure definitely turns on when you get to that point, but I don't know. Give it a handful of tries, I think I'd be there. Especially if I look up a video of how to fight the bosses. Which I know is kind of cheating, but at the same time, come on. Like, unlike this, where there's only one difficulty, and I just have to sight read the last few screens, that's how it was designed, which is miserable. And I have no issue with quote-unquote cheating when I think the design is, like, functionally flawed, or I take issue with it. And I do definitely take issue with the final area of this being something that you can't practice, and you just have to sight read it. Like, I guess there's something to that, but I don't know, it's just kind of... The entire... I've talked about it before, but the entire difficulty from an endurance challenge like this, it just extends the time of how long you're going to be doing it. Nothing about this is particularly hard. The only hard part about it is the fact that it's like 50 screens back to back. And one mistake means starting over. But, yeah, I think that Cave Story is definitely, well, Hell hard mode is much less endurance challenge, much more, it's just gonna be really fucking hard. The level especially, and the random cherub screen especially, like the falling blocks cherub screen, that's gonna be the worst. That is going to be, like, the biggest bottleneck throughout the entire time. It'll probably take me a few run-throughs to learn the level consistently, and a few run-throughs before I learn the Thwomp fight and the Ballos fight. But I only have to nail the Ballos fight once, and I win. But anyways, what I was saying about difficulty, and not feeling as bad about looking up the Cave Story boss fight patterns and everything, is the fact that A, I've beaten Hell like 3 times in the past, and B, you are allowed to play the game not on hard mode. Like, you can take damage in Cave Story most of the time. So, yeah, I don't feel too bad about looking up a level and boss fights that I've already beaten multiple times in the past. Whereas, I was a little hesitant to just look up the final few screens of this, especially because, like, it's kind of weird to look it up while streaming. I'm not just gonna be like, this is the first time I've seen this area, gonna pause stream for a bit and look up a YouTube video to see how to do it. It's kind of weird. So I just did it, you know? Just do it, forehead. And I've gotten close a few times today. I've made it to the final screen once, and got really close to beating it. I've made it to the final area 3 times, I think. Oops. So I'm getting closer, despite taking a week off. Now, saying that I'm going to do Cave Story hard mode next-ish does not mean it's going to immediately pop up. I mean, maybe it will. I don't know. Depends on how much I have to talk about. But I really do need to go into a stream like this with a lot of things to talk about. I guess the first time I streamed Cave Story hard mode Hell, I'd probably just be able to talk about the game. And be like, shit, this is hard. But that gets tiring after a while. Like, I definitely talked about the end of nigh the first few times I streamed doing this acceptance. But, yeah, it gets boring. And I feel it. I feel it when it gets boring. Like, I want to be talking about more interesting things than, shit, I really messed up that jump, didn't I? So I try to come at it with a full plate of topics, but you can kind of tell I'm running a bit dry 3 hours later. I really thought that the banter of what I've been doing for the past week, and the power grid and all of that, would occupy a little bit more conversational space than it did. That's fine. You know, I delivered my thoughts decently well. That's all I really care about. Even if I do have, like, a subpar hour of stream following that prior 3 hours. I think those prior 3 hours were pretty good. I feel happy about it in the moment. But, yeah, I don't know. There's one other thing I guess I wanted to talk about. You ever look at ads? You ever get advertisements? Is that just me? Am I the only one? Teehee. Am I the only one who gets advertisements? Sorry. No, but, okay. You know, fully transparent, I use AdBlock. Shoot me. That was me talking to Twitch directly for talking about using AdBlock, while being affiliated with them. But I use AdBlock. Yeah, okay, yeah, here, I got a lot of things to say about ads, I guess. I had more than I thought I did. On the one hand, a lot of people talk about how using AdBlock is killing the internet because ads are a large source of revenue for websites. But on the other hand, I think ads are killing society. And that's not just like, I hate ads because they disrupt the flow and they're obnoxious, because those things are true. But, dude, what the fuck is with advertisements? Like, even if you support capitalism, which I think it's pretty clear where I stand on that, even if you do support capitalism, how the fuck can you support advertisements as a concept? Aren't they, like, directly contradictory to the ideals of capitalism? Don't they directly go against a free market? How are they supportive of a free market? Like, it's literally the people who are already wealthy and in power being able to exert that wealth to get more wealthy and more in power. Which, yeah, that's the basis of capitalism as a whole, I get it, but, like, also, don't we draw a line somewhere? Because clearly we drew a line somewhere talking about, oh yeah, well, we shouldn't allow monopolies. Monopolies are bad. No monopolies. But advertisements are cool. And, you know, I get that it doesn't even fucking matter because, like, in a lot of situations, there are monopolies on, like, a lot of services, especially, like, you know, cable companies, for example. Depending on where you live, you usually don't have too many options as to what cable company you can use. And outside of that, even if you do have an option, there's usually just one good one. And, even if it sucks shit ass and the company doesn't care about you, it's better than the other suck shit ass company that cares even less. And it differs from area to area. Like, here in Houston, Texas, I think it's pretty clear that AT&T is the best on offer. For the longest time, we used Comcast, and I talked about how we used Comcast prior to the AT&T switch. But that was, like, literally around when I was streaming Lion King still, is when we switched over. Because if you look back at those Lion King streams, you'll see that a lot of frames are being dropped. Reason being that Comcast, despite supplying, I think it was like 10 to 5 gigs up for upload speed. And that was the highest they offered, was like 5 to 10 gigs up. And no, gigs is not right either. I think it might have been fucking... It wasn't, no. It was probably gigs. I don't know. It's been a while since we were using Comcast. I could go to the Comcast website and figure out what their plans are. But isn't it... Okay, this is now becoming a conversation about cable companies. A lot of cable companies don't let you see their plans on their website. Like, what the fuck is that all about? They want you to call them up so you can negotiate the plans with someone on their fucking sales. Their sales department. Because I guess they think that having that human interaction is going to make them upsell you or something. I don't fucking know. I hate it when that fish bounces off that wall that fast. It's just a 50-50 chance whether it's going to be above or below that spike. You can never fucking tell, and I always guess incorrectly. Still hate that room more than any other room in the entire game. That's not true. More than any room in the entire game besides the last area of this. I basically hate the entire last area more than that screen. That's not true. I hate most... Okay, I'm getting into pedantics. Yeah, okay. Cable companies. Anyways, yeah, monopolies. Yeah, I think I've said my piece there. A lot of times you don't really have options as to what companies you're going to support. Like, grocery stores is another good example. Like, yeah, you can say that a grocery store doesn't have a monopoly because there are, you know, hundreds of grocery stores, thousands of grocery stores, all over the country. But in any given area, and especially if you live in a small town, you usually only have one fucking option. So I don't know. Monopolies are not really fought against. But outside of that, what the fuck? Like, you would think that that would be one of the early things about capitalism that gets a no-no. That gets oh no, you can't do advertising, because that's directly against the free market and allowing small businesses to open up. How are things in Texas? Not good. But thanks for checking in, Zam. It's been a while. I already went on like a 2-hour monologue on how fucked everything is in Texas. But, safe to say, not good. Decent for me now, but I still don't have clean tap water. Outside of that, things are alright. We were without power for somewhere between 3 to 4 days. We don't know exactly when the power came on because we drove like 2 to 3 hours out of Houston to go to a hotel that had heating and clean water. So somewhere between 3 and 4 days. And it was not cycled. It was not cycled, let me tell you that. They did not cycle that son of a bitch. It was just off. But, yeah. That's Texas. Back to advertisements, dude. That's the cream of the crop. That's the king shit. Advertisements. Oh, man. Like, I don't know. Okay, so I guess I'll start by saying I'm clearly not supportive of advertising, and while I don't really agree with, capitalism, straight up, I think that there are some things with our current society that could still help capitalism and make it not a complete shit show like it is right now. But that's just kind of against capitalism, and since capitalism is already in power, there's no real way it'll ever get out of power unless the government mandates it as such, or there's a revolution, one or the other. What I think of Nintendo's Direct? Dog shit. Nothing I really care about, I guess, is the best way of putting it. I think it's, I don't know, I guess it's kind of cool that there's a Skyward Sword re-release / remaster, but at the same time, like, I played Skyward Sword and I washed out of it because it's kind of not that good of a Zelda game anyways. But cool, I guess more people get to play it. Like, the motion controls were not the only problem with Skyward Sword. It's got problems. Anyways, the only game that looked interesting was Mario Golf. Agreed. Yeah. That was the only thing worthwhile. So many RPGs, dude. I know Donkey really fucking ragged on it, but, like, over 80% of the presentation space was given to fucking RPGs that no one cares about. Oh, never mind, we got someone who cares about it! Someone cares about Triangle Strategy. Working title. Oh, God. I don't know, man. It's the same company that made, I guess I'm getting off tangent on the advertisements for a bit. It's the same company that did, what's it called? The other one with the exact same art style. I don't know. I guess there were some cool things about that game. Final Fantasy Tactics? No, that's not what I'm thinking of. Although, I wouldn't be surprised if they also developed that. What's it called? What is it called again? Octopath Traveler, thank you. Yeah. Triangle Strategy, I couldn't remember it because of how forgettable of a name it is. Yeah. Octopath had certain upsides that I thought were kind of cool. Like, primarily, I don't know, it was kind of cool, and some people will take this the opposite direction, but I think it was kind of cool that you could go into a fight that you, like, had no right of winning, but could get really fucking absurdly lucky. Now, some people will look at that and, like, you know, I don't imagine there's any sort of speedrun around that game, but some people will look at it and be like, that just means, like, I guess the optimal way of playing is to get really lucky, win a fight that you shouldn't, and then you're just, like, overpowered because it gave you an item that you shouldn't have yet, or whatever the fuck, but I don't know, I think it's kind of neat that you can somewhat sequence break a little bit. Just ever so slightly. But combat-wise and mechanics-wise, it seemed, like, thoroughly uninteresting and kind of generic, I guess. Yeah, I could see that. But, dude, I don't know. There's just an overabundance of RPGs. Like, I thought that the market was already fairly saturated, but they want to keep pumping him, I guess. I mean, I still play the Dragon Quest games because, you know, I played them forever, so part of it is nostalgia, and part of it is... I think that the Dragon Quest games typically are, like, better designed than a lot of other JRPGs, and have, like, a lot more interesting endgame content, which is what I typically have fun with. Specifically, and I say it all the time, but Dragon Quest Monsters Joker 3 is, like, without a doubt, the best JRPG I have ever played. By a long shot, like, there is so many, like, interesting things you can do in that game. Now, it's not perfect design-wise. I still think it's kind of bullshit that, like, the recipes and grandfather recipes for fusing your monsters is basically just random guesswork unless you look up the wiki. That's kind of stupid. But, you know, that's how it is. I can't believe, like, it still fucking blows me away. As simple as the system is, it's so fucking cool that Joker 3 has, like, a fucking mapping system a la Torchlight or Path of Exile. It's done in a different way, but, like, it's neat. It's still neat that the end game works the way it does. But it's a little bit harder to access than your typical JRPG, because unless you actually know J, you're gonna have a hard time RPGing. There are translation mods, but they're not the most convenient. Unless you have a jailbroken 3DS ready to go. But I don't know, to each their own. If you just enjoy JRPGs, it's like the visual novel thing. Like, I would never be interested in a visual novel enough to finish it straight up. But, some people love visual novels, and it is, like, very, very story-heavy. So if you don't mind, like, I mean, visual novels are as story-heavy as you can get, I'm pretty sure. It's, like, all exposition all the time. But, JRPGs are the next ladder rung above that, where it's pretty much entirely story. Not too much care on the mechanics most of the time. The exceptions being, I don't know, does Atelier count as a JRPG? There are some very, very good Atelier games. When they cared more about the mechanics and less about the story. Those were the days. And, the Dragon Quest games are usually pretty decent. It's like a bottom line for how bad a Dragon Quest game has been. There hasn't been a single Dragon Quest game in sequence that I've been like, oh, this is a huge disappointment. I still haven't played the newest one. But, the newest main series. What is it? Is it... 4? No, there's... 15? How many is it? There's a lot of Dragon Quests. Whatever the newest main series one I still haven't gotten around to. I've missed a couple, too, because they were on, 3DS, and I never had a 3DS. But, you know, there are ways. There are ways. You hear me talking about playing Joker 3. There are ways of playing 3DS games. Some have told me. Got a fucking YouTube comment asking me how I played Kirby's Air Ride online with Nicholas. I was like, dude, you're gonna get the cops called on me. I can't tell you that. I could play Final Fantasy XIV. I could be. But instead I'm doing this, which is the exact same thing over and over again. For hours and hours. Oh, wait! Wait a second! I basically am playing Final Fantasy XIV. Wait, 14's the MMO, right? It's, there's 2 of the MMO ones. It's 11 and 14? Yeah, okay, yes it is. I can't remember what the other MMO one is, but... Yeah, I was making sure it wasn't the boy band one. It was the MMO one and the boy band. 11 and 14. Dude, I fucking nailed it. How's that for someone who has never really cared about Final Fantasy? I'm fucking owning. I mean, I've heard that Final Fantasy XIV is a good MMO if you like MMOs, but I don't really like MMOs. I'm definitely not gonna pay for one. Good lord. Well, okay, that's not fair. I did play old school RuneScape for a month. Somewhat recently. But, you know, I don't mind throwing $10 to relive my childhood every now and then. Especially when they turn the fucking XP up to max. You level up just for chopping down a single tree. You've been playing for 6 years. Yeah, that's on the longer side for sure. It's, that's up there. I mean, I guess if you want to count, not constant play, but if you want to count how long I've been playing RuneScape just by the first day I played it up until today, I could technically say I've been playing RuneScape for... Fuck, it was elementary school for sure. I don't know. At least like 14 years. Probably more than 14 years. Probably like, I don't know, probably like 16. Or yeah, 16 sounds more accurate. That's too much. Obviously not constant play though. It's funny, I don't know if I've ever said this before. Maybe I did, when I was playing RuneScape. My actual main RuneScape account is banned. Because, I guess my account was hacked. Because it was banned for botting, which is something I never did. On that account. I did experiment with botting on a different account, but I never botted on my main account tied to that email. But it was banned for botting, so my only assumption, and especially because I had to change my password, because my password, either I really, really didn't remember it, or someone else had changed my password. I'm pretty sure it's safe to say that at some point my account was not mine, and somebody just used it as a bot, which is kind of sad that there's no real way of contesting it. If you get banned for botting, there is literally zero way that you can contest it. You can't contact Jagex about it. Unless you had like a personal contact, you could maybe get it sorted, but yeah. Through the way they have their website set up, there's no way of asking for a ban appeal for botting, even if it wasn't you who did it. Which is fine, I guess. But on that account, I probably played RuneScape for... fuck. At least 6 years. I would say that's probably on par with how much you've been playing Final Fantasy XIV. At least 6 years went into that account, playing super suboptimally with friends. But so long to that account. Ever since then, like, there was a long period of time, obviously with, like, RuneScape 3, no one really cared, and beyond RuneScape 3, I think I might have played Old School, like, right when it came out, for a little bit, and then my girlfriend played it with me for a little bit, like a few years later, and then my girlfriend played it recently for 1 month. Problem with Final Fantasy XIV is that you get sucked into it and it's harder to leave as there is so much to do. You're so close to having every class to the current max level. Good lord. Good lord. Yeah, I don't know. I just get burnt out of games so quickly, though. Like, I don't think I could mainline a single game for that long. At all. Like, even Path of Exile, which I keep coming back to, that's like the only game that I would say I mainline to any degree. Even Path of Exile, I should probably skip more leagues than I do. Because, I get burnt out on it pretty quick. I still maybe, I don't know, I keep saying I'm maybe going to do hardcore on stream if I get that character to mapping, but I literally haven't moved it past Act 6, which is where it was the last time I talked about it. Trust me, you've stopped when you get bored, but, wait, okay, fucking, I should not try and read chat during a screen like that. You've stopped when things get bored and when expansions are ending. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, that's pretty much what I do with Path of Exile, but, like, I guess to put it in a similar sense, I should probably skip more expansions, is what I'm saying, because even at the amount I play Path of Exile, which is, like, I don't know, maybe, like, a few weeks out of the 3-month period for a league, and that's kind of generous. I should probably cut down even more, because I get bored with just that amount of play, which is, I mean, 3 weeks is not 3 weeks if that's the only thing I'm doing in a day, like, maybe, like, I don't know, an hour or two a day for 3 weeks. Obviously more when the league just drops, but generally, once the 0.55 patch hits, there are about 6 months between it dropping and the next expansions. Things just die in the game. Yeah. I mean, that's how MMOs work, though. I mean, well, that's how any... I mean, I don't want to say games as a service, but I guess Final Fantasy is definitely more games as a service than Path of Exile is. Because you don't pay for Path of Exile regularly, thankfully, good lord. But, yeah, you just have to keep the updates flowing, or why would anyone keep playing? Now, at some point, you hit a mark where, even if the game had a really shit expansion, you're probably still gonna play it, which is sad. But that's me. That's me with Path of Exile. Though a lot of the Path of Exile expansions that people don't like, I do like. I really like Blight. No one fucking likes Blight. Well, some people like Blight, but I really like Blight. I mean, don't get me wrong, the tower shit is like something you barely interact with, I get that, but I don't know, Blight maps are just like super fucking rewarding. Yeah, I like that. So, can you blame me? Although I don't really like heists, and heists are even more rewarding. I think heists are just too slow for me. At least for Blights, they're like constant fucking action once you're doing it. You're going to the moon in the next expansion? You buy GameStop stock or something? Haha. Ha 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 ha. Diamond hands. Kill me. I'm surprised that game is still getting as many updates as it has, though, because for the longest time, Final Fantasy XIV was seen as a very, very shitty MMO. Like, one of the worst MMOs on the market, but they brought themselves back pretty hard. And now it's, like, one of the only MMOs on the market? Like, what other MMOs are there that people regularly play? Because I don't really consider Path of Exile an MMO. I kinda do to some degree, but it's not really. What fucking MMOs are there other than Final Fantasy XIV? MapleStory is a fucking joke. I mean, I think, yeah, you saw bits of that 24-hour stream. The game is as dead as I've ever seen it. I've never seen MapleStory that fucking dead. It's like someone actually took MapleStory out back. And you would think that maybe MapleStory 2 is where all of the crowd went, but no, MapleStory 2 is even worse. 1.0 is bad, 2.0, aka the reboot, was better. 3.0 was godly with story? Really? People care about Final Fantasy XIV story? I just don't care about story in games in general, so who am I to say? 4.0 is decent, 5.0 is better than 3.0. Hey! Well, that's good that they haven't jumped the shark quite yet. Not yet. Not yet. Dude, I really want to see more about... This is tangential. It's more related to Path of Exile, but... I really want to see more of Diablo 4. Because, like, okay. You can say whatever you want about Blizzard, first and foremost. I don't really support Blizzard myself, but, you know... To a lot of people, they're the only ARPG on the market. Because, I don't know, some people really don't like Path of Exile, which is baffling to me. Because okay, here's the thing. You either only play D2 as your ARPG, which a lot of people do still regularly, very regularly play D2, which is fair. I will probably play... I don't know if I'll get the remaster. I'll probably just play original D2, like a fucking pleb. But I might stream D2 at some point. But D3 fucking sucked. Like, real bad. There's still some people who like it, and that surprises me. I don't know, just everything about D3, design-wise, struck me as ew. Not to mention the market controversy, because that's not really relevant anymore, but... I don't know. D3, yucky. And, like, I don't know, all of the developers working on D4 keep referencing D2, because obviously they want to draw people back in and be like, oh, no, we're going back to our roots, we're going to the good one again. Maybe they are, maybe they aren't, but... From everything I've seen of D4, it looks really strange for an ARPG. It's so much more mobile, which I'm not even saying is a bad thing. I don't mean mobile as in... it's a mobile game. It's a touchy subject for ARPGs. But, I mean, the characters move around so much more than in, like, any other ARPG on market right now, unless you're playing a fucking Flicker Strike build or something. Yeah, you're very fucking mobile in D4, it looks like. So I would be interested to see, because, like, Path of Exile is going to have to respond to D4 directly in one way or another. Whether they think it's garbage, like D3 was, or whether they actually are forced to improve in one way or another. It's just better for the genre as a whole, having the competition still. So I'm not necessarily excited for D4 because I want to play D4, but I'm excited for D4 to see what it does to Path of Exile in Path of Exile 2. Only other functioning MMO that's as good, if not better, is WoW, but that's just numerically. Yeah, I did forget about WoW Classic. I mean, I guess people still play modern WoW too, don't they? That's weird. I don't know, WoW is just like such an abundantly bad game. I have played WoW. WoW is such an abundantly bad game. I mean, people do it for raids, I guess, which is something that I never really care for in the MMO experience, but I know that that's the majority of the MMO experience for a lot of people. But outside of raids, which is like the only potentially entertaining content in WoW, the game fucking sucks. I can't believe it's still going. Well, okay, a lot of people care about lore, too, because people have been playing Warcraft for centuries. Ooh, scary. My momentary bit of focus. Okay. Calm. Oh, calm! The final screen. I'm gonna shut up for a second. Dude, I jumped too high. I jumped too high, and I had to wait above that platform for way too long before I could get my second jump out. I don't know what the right decision there was after I had already realized how much I fucked up, but ugh. Alright, it's beginning to be frustrating again, now that that's the second time I've made it to that screen. There's a lot of people who jump between the two. That's not too surprising. Is WoW Classic still being updated? Like, in the fashion that old school RuneScape is being updated, separate to the main RuneScape? Yes? That's wild. I didn't know that. As far as you know. That's cool, I guess, to people who are just in it for the nostalgia. Because, like, I don't know why I'm talking all high and mighty about how shitty WoW is. RuneScape is abundantly awful as well. The only reason I have fun is nostalgia, really. It's, like, literally as Skinnerbox as it gets. But I also fucking played Cookie Clicker and other clicker games in the past, and I'm making one, technically, so... Still, to this day, stuck in hell. So yeah, I can get down with the Skinnerbox every now and then. You personally can't stand WoW? You must have needs for a controller? Do you play Final Fantasy XIV on controller? That's news to me. I didn't know people were out here playing MMOs on controller. Yes? Oh my god. Don't let too many people hear about that. You're gonna get excommunicated. I don't know, maybe it's normal in Final Fantasy XIV. But, like, aren't there so many, like, button macros that you need to press? That's, like, the MMO thing. Don't you just run out of buttons on controller? I don't know, maybe they just have it as, like, a scroll wheel that you cycle through or something. Or a radial wheel? Radial wheels are all the rage, dude. Huh. Yeah, I guess I never considered about it being on console. But that makes sense that they would need controller support if it was going to be on console. Crazy world. Path of Exile just went the way of kind of adding controls for console, but not bringing it to the PC version because they realize how shitty those controls are and just want to keep those clients entirely separate. There's probably other reasons for that as well. I don't know. Left trigger, A, B, X, Y, up, down, left, right, right trigger. Oh, I see. Yeah, I guess that's enough. But it's no radial wheel. Dude, radial wheels were popping off for a while. Bring back radial wheels. And I'm not talking about your fucking fake-ass radial wheels like Cube World had. Even the good Cube World. Or the okay Cube World. The old Cube World. Remember Cube World? Every time I bring up Cube World, I just have to say, remember Cube World in a fucking distant, sorrowful tone. I wish I didn't remember Cube World. But that's not a real radial menu! That's just a circle that you cycle left and right between. The only... I don't even know if I could pinpoint the last radial wheel menu I remember in a game that actually uses mouse or analog to select the options. But I like those menus. Especially on controller, they're very satisfying. A little bit awkward with mouse. If you really need more space, you can do left trigger... left trigger, right trigger, right trigger, left trigger. That's funny, dude. Wow, 16, God damn, dude. Like, I can't imagine how clunky that would be, though, to control a game that way. Honestly, it makes more sense than the way Path of Exile does it on console, though, so... Can't really complain too much. It gives you a lot more button space than Path of Exile gives you. I think Path of Exile literally just gives you 8 or something. Like 8 keybinds, and that's it. That is strictly it. And on PC, for the longest time, they only gave you... 7? Is that right? Did they really only give 7? Wait, can you tell me? Wait. No way! How many buttons do they have? I don't remember. No classes have more than 1.5-ish full skill bars of buttons. That's still a lot. Well, I guess I don't know what you mean as far as skill bar. Do you mean, like, one instance of left trigger / right trigger, aka 8? A full skill bar is both left and right trigger. So you do have to do that clunky both trigger bullshit. Ew. Gross. I don't like that. But I don't know. I guess it can be kind of fun. Having to input wacky inputs to do something. Like, it's just like, it feels like such a handicap when you know that if you were on PC, you could just press a button, though. Ooh, almost got me, buddy. Whereas, you know, I don't know, like, the only complex button inputs that I really know that are enjoyable in video gaming is fighting games, and, fucking, people are gonna make fun of me! People are gonna make fun of me for this one! But, there's, like, a slight technical element to Terraria's grapple canceling. I'm not gonna say there's a lot, but there's a slight technical element to timing your jump press to immediately cancel your grapple as soon as it lands. And that's fun. Albeit, well, I don't know, I think a lot of the fun of... Okay, now I'm talking about Terraria. I'm never gonna get back to the advertisement conversation, man. That's fine. It was kind of like a side tangent anyways, because I had nothing to talk about. I'll bring up advertisements again on a different stream. I'm going back into Terraria. This is like the millionth time I've talked about Terraria. I'll never stop talking about Terraria. From what you understand, a lot of people say in 14 at least, depends on how you learned the game. What do you mean by that? As far as how awkward it is? Because yeah, if you learned it controller first, you'd probably have no problem with it. But I don't know. Maybe there isn't something to be said about one version being better than the other. I hate it when that happens. For something like Lethal League, which I also love, and is a fighting game, for something like Lethal League, it's like really hard to argue that keyboard is not objectively better than controller. But in the case of Final Fantasy XIV, I feel like they're probably decently interchangeable enough, because, like, I don't know, how often do you really need to do an ability that fast in an MMO? And, like, say you have, like, a dodge or a protective ability, whatever, right? You can just bind that to one of the buttons that's not hard to press. So it's pretty fast, actually. Well, yeah, but even still, like, you just bind it to one of the quicker ones. Like, just left trigger B or something, you know? Whatever feels comfy. You don't have to put the fast reactive ones on the awkward combination triggers. But, dude, I don't know. Every time I think about Terraria, I'm just like, every single thing I like about that game was done on accident. Not only do I think that if they made a Terraria sequel, it would not have the enjoyable things about Terraria, like grapple canceling. That can't be it. No, that's not it. The boss fights are pretty, well, some of them are decent. I don't know. It's honestly hard to justify why I like Terraria anymore. There are good parts of it, for sure. There's a lot of bad in it. I am definitely not confident in Relogic as a development studio in making a second Terraria, though. I don't know, man. Maybe they'll blow me away. Maybe they will, but it's not like they ever removed grapple canceling from the game, right? Terraria was decent when it was more simplistic. Couldn't disagree more. Like, again, I've talked about this as well, too. There's something to be said about, like, the crafting recipes not being good as a game element. Like, just adding a lot of, like, convoluted materials and recipes for stuff is not fun. And, like, there's a lot of inventory clutter as a result of that. But, everything up until the very, very last update, I would say, was an improvement on the game. And there are still some things that did get better about the most recent version of the game, but I don't know, I just think it's done very poorly, which, even if it is an upgrade from the last version of Terraria that came before it, it's just so disappointing that it feels like a downgrade, despite probably just, if anything, being neutral. But no, I would definitely not say that Terraria was better when it was literally just fucking mining for hours and fighting Skeletron and you're done. The first version of Terraria sucked ass. It still had grapple canceling at that version of the game, but the only thing that makes grapple canceling fun is the addition of wings. I don't know, maybe I'm, like, not talking to the right crowd, because given that it seems you don't like the modern version of Terraria, I'm not sure if you know about grapple canceling, but it's like the only thing that salvages movement in Terraria and makes it fun. Yeah, no worries, man. Thanks for hanging out. But, man. Like, the everything I dislike about Terraria are features that were introduced to the early stage of the game, as I spit all over my monitor. I don't know, man. It's weird, because, like, I don't know. The only, and I've talked about this so many times, so I don't want to, like, I don't want to be a bore and just repeat the same topics that I've gone over and over and over again, but the only reason mining exists in the game is to force you downwards. And same for chests and the upgrades you get in chests. The fact that they only spawn below a certain level forces you downwards, where monsters are, basically. Because if you just stay on the surface and build a little house and wait inside for the duration of every night, the game does not progress, basically. So the things that force your progression are things that put you in more danger. However, the things that force your progression, I mean, chest-wise, are completely RNG, and ore-wise are completely tedious and mind-numbing. And, like, so many design things about Terraria, I could go on, and I have gone on and on. Like, why the fuck are the first tiers of ore in the game so demanding for how many fucking bars you need to make a piece of armor? Like, that should be the fastest part of the game, considering literally, well, I mean, you said you enjoy it, but most people agree that the first part of Terraria, which has remained mostly untouched since it was 1.0 when it first released, most people agree that that section of the game just kind of blows, and try and get out of it as soon as possible, because the game's movement abilities don't really open up until hard mode, and unless you're playing modded, you can't get wings until hard mode, which is what makes grapple canceling in combat fun. But I digress. It just seems like Terraria was a happy accident. And, I don't know, man. I don't doubt that Relogic will try their damnedest to make a good successor to it, because they, you know, what else could they be working on other than Terraria 2? They've talked about wanting to make Terraria 2. They said that they're canceling Terraria Otherworld, but that its assets are still going to be something they can use and put to good work. And all of the ideas are obviously things that could be worked on in a different game. But I don't know. The assets thing I don't really understand. Music, sure. Sorry, I can't fucking... I got the hiccups for some reason. Can't control my diaphragm. Music, sure. You could definitely just slap that in another game, no problem. But, like, all of the art assets are probably just going to be thrown in a garbage heap. Because I don't know, you can't really just repurpose art assets for another game if a different artist was working on said other game. Seems nonsensical. I'm so fucking tired of, like, doing basically the same inputs every single goddamn time, but slight differences are getting me killed. Like, it's at the point where I can thoroughly autopilot the entire fucking game up until the final few screens. But, like, I'm not getting any better, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. I'm not getting any more consistent. And I don't think there's anything that would get me more consistent. Other than just, like, brute hours of time played. Yeah, if I kept doing this for another 80 hours, I would probably be nailing it every single time, but... kinda don't want it to take that long, you know? I'm only here to win it once. I can't believe I threw it on that final obstacle, too. Like, that final obstacle really didn't seem that daunting. I just tried to go with the flow, but ended up going exactly against the flow. And dying immediately. But I guarantee... well, maybe I shouldn't say guarantee. I'm fairly confident that if I make it back to that section, I'm probably going to win. Probably. But, I'm still looking forward to play more Terraria when, Calamity updates, because Calamity is the only thing that really makes the game salvageable as a game. Because even though I still think Terraria has good aspects to it, like, unmodded is so miserable. But I don't know, there's some bad things about Calamity too. And, like, at the most recent update that Calamity had, I feel weird about it. Like, I shouldn't make any sort of judgment calls before I've actually played the content. But I don't know, some of the content in the newest update of Calamity struck me as feeling a wee bit out of place for Terraria. Felt a little bit weird. But I should definitely wait until I actually play it. Because maybe it's cool. Maybe it's just friggin' cool, dude. I should try and be less cynical. Especially when I'm pretty supportive of the mod pack, to begin with. I think the dev team on that mod pack has pretty similar design ideals for what I expect out of Terraria. Sometimes we differ. Sometimes we differ in thinking that the nurse is a crutch and not a part of the game that should be kept intact. But, for the most part, sometimes we disagree about the fact that worms should not travel faster than, well, not just faster, but about 10 times the speed of the maximum player speed, as the only way of increasing its difficulty. Worm bosses are just hard, man. Like, how do you make an interesting worm boss with the standard AI that Terraria has? Unless you completely rewrite its AI, which they should. And I don't know, that's not necessarily fair, because, like, yeah, the worms do have different AI, but, I don't know, the Calamity worms, they're mostly default Terraria AI, not the big god worm, I forget its name, it's just like Devourer of Gods or something, I forget. That one's actually cool. I'll defend that worm, though I've never fought it on, or I have very limited experience fighting it on death mode, so I may or may not disagree with the changes they've made to the death mode version of the fight. But a lot of the changes they made to death mode versions of the other worms are just like such easy number tweaks that just make the fight less fun. But again, I don't know. It's kind of hard to rework the worm AI and still keep it as the same boss fight. Because, like, there's not that much you can tweak about the worm AI. Other than just adjusting its, like, speed and, you know, speed of turning and all of that jazz, speed of acceleration, whatever. However they coded it, I don't know. Been a while since I fought them. But, for the most part, they do a good job. More or less, here and there. It's more good than bad, is what I'll say. Wow! Can someone explain to me why those guys moved about 10 times faster than they normally do? Because I'm a little confused by that one. It's not even that I jumped that high. You know what I think it might have been? I think it might have been that I jumped too early, so they could see me earlier, but that's fucking stupid. Do I want to just fucking end stream, or do I want to crawl back to my advertisement discussion? I feel like it's such a butchered discussion topic at this point that it would probably be better if I just saved it for another stream. But I'm also out of things to talk about, which brings me to just ending the stream. My throat also hurts because I've been a little louder volume-wise than normal, and it's also been like a week since I've done this, so expected to not be used to it, not be prepared. I didn't winterize my throat. Haha. I'm gonna give it one more solid attempt, and I'm just gonna leave stream forever. Probably not gonna stream tomorrow, because tomorrow is not a day I normally stream. But I should be back on Monday. Hopefully. I'm running under the assumption that the power situation is not sorted, because that would imply that things are better about it. But that it's at least under control. As under control as it has been for the past few decades. It's all you can hope for. But I'm glad that the power has not gone out midstream. That's a plus side. Have been a little bit concerned that it might happen, because there's no real guarantee. There is no guarantee to the power grid currently. But I think that maybe Centerpoint feels a little bit bad for locking us out of power for 4 days. I like to say 4 days, even though it's probably closer to 3 days, just to really rake in the pity points. That's what I'm all about here. Alright. This is like, if I'm going to die, this is probably the area. There's no good excuse for dying in the area after this. And then I'm in the final area, which, you know, by that point, I should be so fucking motivated that, that death is just impossible, you know? Like, it's just not even something I have to consider, because, like, that's the run, you know? Like, you just do it when you get to that point. I'm so fucking glad. Who was it? Sabotaged? I can't remember who told me. But I'm so fucking glad whoever told me that you can just walk off at the entrance to this screen. I don't know how I started that sentence, but I'm pretty sure I didn't end it in a grammatically correct way. I'm just gonna leave it as is. Sometimes I trap myself. You ever do that? You ever just start a sentence, not know how you're going to end it, but by the time you figure out how you're going to end it, you forgot how you started it? So you just make a full, complete ass mess of a sentence. I feel like that's basically my entire life summed up right there. Jesus Christ, I almost did the same fucking thing. Alright. So, second to last area achieved. Shouldn't have gone there, but, you know, I was feeling lucky. It's safer if you just wait the cycle. Though, I don't know, it's not particularly risky if you don't. Okay. Feeling pretty good. It's kind of a crapshoot when I get to the final area, because I just haven't been there enough to really get consistent at anything. But if I make it there now, I think my chances are decent to actually finishing this. Although I'm getting kind of fucking tense. That's the biggest problem, is when I actually start focusing. The tension of making it this far really hits. It's probably better for me if I just autopilot everything. I mean, like, literally tense, too. Like, my fucking muscles stiffen up. I enter fight-or-flight response. Like, why do these guys trip me up as much as they do? They just fucking go... They just go on and off. Alright, well that's like maybe the saddest way of dying, but would you forgive me for dying to the platform that you have to literally walk off the platform before jumping, or you hit your head? I think that's a forgivable mistake. I hate some of the fucking jumps in that last area. That's the stream. Thank you anyone who hung out. I had fun. It was nice being able to rant about the bullshit that's been happening to me lately, because I didn't really get an opportunity until now. But that's gonna do it. So yeah, be back on Monday. Goodbye. Thank you.